yesterday or the previous couple of days. But that said, it's still pretty hot as usual. Welcome to match number 15 of the SkyExchange.net 47th Bukhatir League, powered by FanCode. It's DCC Starlets taking on Sri Lions. To my left is the DCC captain Amar Badami, and to his left is the match referee Mr. Tahseen Javed, and to the extreme left is Malinda Pushpakumara, who is standing in as captain for Sri Lions today. It's going to be Amar to spin the coin. Malinda will call. Tail is the call. It's a head. So, Amar, you've won the toss. What will you do?
I think we're going to have a bowl first.
Well, any specific reason?
I think we have a strong bowling attack and we back ourselves to restrict them under a decent total and chase it down.
And this is a new surface that is being used. Yesterday it was played. It was doing a few tricks. What do you make of it?
I mean, yeah, it's fine if it's doing a few tricks and a bit slow. You can't always get a flat wicket. At the end of the day, it's cricket, so you have to adjust and adapt to whatever we get.
And of course, both of you guys have one game each, so this is a crucial one to go one up.
Yeah, definitely. We have to win this one to ensure our spot going to the next round.
Any changes in your side?
Yeah, we have a few actually. Ahan Fernandez comes in, Tanish Suri comes in, and actually, can I get the playing sheet?
That's okay.
That's
okay.
Yeah. Too many changes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so quite a few changes. That's what is more important for us to know. Anyway, good luck for the game.
Thank you. Good luck. Thank you.
Well, Malinda, of course, there is one change because the skipper is not playing. All okay with him?
Yeah, it's the little bit hamstring injury. He has to rest because we have second round matches. We are planning to go to the second round, so we have to rest the captain.
And any other changes apart from that?
We are changing three changes. More face balls coming there. I saw some dews and some grass, so I think face is going. We are thinking.
Yesterday the ball turned quite a bit as well, so your role becomes very important today.
Yeah, I think so. So we are planning to the batting first. So we are the 260 plus and get the more pressure and turn we have a lot of spinners also. So we are planning to that going out.
Good luck for the game.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right then, that's what happened here. Amar Badami from DCC Starlets has won the toss and they will be bowling first. Well, I think we'll have to start reading this particular pitch.
Is that DCC Starlets have won the toss. It's an important toss to win and they have decided to bowl first. I'm sure the dew factor will be one of the reasons why they have decided to go out and bowl first and then chase that total down. DCC Starlets, they're playing 11. Amar Badami is the captain. Shrey Sethi, Karan Dhiman, Punya Mehra, Tanish Suri, Ahan Fernandez, Surya Satish, Sailesh Jaishankar, Nilanj Keswani, Saad Abdullah and Harshit Seth. For Sri Lions, well, it is Malinda Pushpakumara who's the captain, Mohammad Isam Ghaus, Mohammad Aslam, Pavanta Veerasinghe, Sasika Samarajiva, Sumudu Asanka Fernando, Suranga Madhushanka Pathira Reva, Tharaka Dhananjay Lianage, Vikum Sanjay Bandara, he's the fast bowler, Vimuthi Kalatunga and Varuna Pereira. That's the playing 11 for Sri Lions. The news again from the centre was the DCC Starlets won the toss and elected to field first. And we'll have to find out whether that works in their favour or not. They would want to get those early wickets, especially in the power play overs with the new ball, and then try and apply pressure on Sri Lions. But it looks like a very well-rounded side. Sri Lions, they've got some really good fast bowlers, some good top-order bat, and some great middle-order batters as well. Interesting and exciting contest here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. It's the 47th Bukhatir League, and we will definitely be seeing some high-octane action here at the world record-breaking venue. The two umpires walking out, and they are definitely going to be working as partners. And talking about partners, joining me in the comm box is my partner, Nishant, in the comm box. Nishant, good evening and welcome.
Yes, thank you very much, Shoaib. Of course, you are back after a long layoff. Layoff, I would say, and I'll not say break because you're busy working with the ICC Women's Qualifiers at Abu Dhabi. Must have been a great experience there.
Oh, well, absolutely wonderful experience. Some really good cricket, some really good teams. And what I really liked about that entire campaign was the quality of cricket that we saw. The teams really fought against each other. Bangladesh and Ireland were the two teams that qualified into the main event. So, yes, exciting tournament, but right now it's good to be back at Sharjah Cricket Stadium because it is the Premier League we are talking about, the Bukhatir League, 50 over matches. So looking forward to it.
Well, I'm sure, and of course, women's cricket has been hogging the limelight in the last couple of days, all with the Deepti Sharma controversy as well. And the MCC has given its verdict. The MCC has said that they should cut down the noise because what Deepti Sharma did was well within the rights of the law of the game. So there's no point pinpointing her and criticizing her for doing something right. And the MCC's clear-cut statement was that our suggestion, our advice to non-strikers is still the same. You have to be there in the crease till the ball is released to ensure that such dismissals don't happen.
Well, if it's in the law, it's within the spirit of the game. That's what I feel. We will talk about this later in the day. Of course, we've got a lot of time on our hands. But right now, it is all about these two teams. Nishant, you've been following these two teams closely. Tell me how it's been, what is the progress you've seen, and where do these two teams stand in the points table?
Well, Sri Lions won their first game quite brilliantly against a very strong IGM. But then they lost their second game with DCC Starlets. It was different. They lost their first game, they won their second game, and now both teams stand pretty much at par in the points table. The good thing for both the sides is that they have a very positive net run rate, which means that a loss here might not drive them out of the race for the Cup quarterfinals yet. Of course, going forward, we'll take a look at the points table as well.
Oh yes, meanwhile, Nilanj Keswani has been given the responsibility to open the innings and start the bowling attack from the SCA end. So this is going to be an interesting contest now because from what I've seen, Sri Lions, they like the ball to come on to the bat. Nilanj Keswani with his arm balls will definitely pose some serious questions against the batters of Sri Lions.
This is, I think, a very positive move by DCC Starlets. Nicely cut away, straight to the fielder. Why? Because yesterday they were playing on the same wicket and this still looked a lot undercooked. And the problem was that both the teams underused spinners because I felt they were a spinner shot. Whereas DCC Starlets straight away starting off with spinners, I think this should be interesting.
Well, yes, and we've seen DCC have quite a few spin bowling options. Nilanj Keswani, Harshit Seth, some of their really prime bowlers. And that is the first run on the board for Sri Lions. Just a gentle nudge towards mid-wicket, and they take that single.
So Varuna Pereira is somebody who plays some exquisite shots. He loves to drive the ball in the air. And that is one thing that he will be looking forward to doing here as well. Watchfully defended this time. Another dot ball.
This is good bowling. He's attacking the stumps, not allowing any width. Only on the first ball there was some width on offer which was cut towards backward point, but quickly he's realized that it has to be wicket to wicket, and that is what the plan seems to be for Nilanj Keswani. There again, just wanted to cut it very close to that off stump. A good ball to end the over. First over has been bowled.
then looks like spin from both the ends here. Nilansh bowling from one end. There is another spinner operating from the other end. Namar Badani being very brave as Harshit Seth comes into bowl.
Starts off well on the middle end leg and just a gentle push towards the bowler back. So Harshit Seth and Nilansh Keswani both working from both ends, spin, and I think that's the right ploy. Well, he's getting that ball to move in, shape in to the right-hander. So some movement in the air for Harshit Seth.
Yes, they're getting a drift. It will be interesting to see if he can turn the ball after pitching. No signs of too much turn yet for him, and a quick single has been taken. And that'll bring Suranga on strike. Harshit Seth bowling with a slip. There is a shot mid in position.
Well, two fielders out on the boundary ropes. A long off and a deep mid wicket.
It's pretty conventional left arm spinners, two fielders outside. Long off for the ball turning away, and deep mid wicket for the arm ball. Now gives it a little bit of air. Very important for the spinners to quickly realize when they're bowling on this pitch. It's all about giving the ball air here for the spinners. We've seen whenever spinners have given air on this pitch, they've got a lot of turn.
Foolish delivery, nicely played towards the cover. No chance for any fielder. That was hit hard, and they'll get that first boundary on the board for Sri Lions.
Yes, that was just slightly pitched up there. One step forward to take it on the half volley and then slam it through the offside for 4. No chance for the long off fielder to cut it off. 2 overs bowled at 6 without loss.
So Nilansh Keswani continues from the SCA end. This is one has been played up and over the extra cover this time. Varuna gets his boundary as well. Beautiful looking shot, just a tad bit full. Inside out, not the easiest shots to play, but that shows the talent of Varuna. Brilliantly played.
Yes, if you've seen Varuna bat, you know that is one of his favorite shots, to play over the offside. He loves doing that. He's batting on 6 of 7 now. And that's pushed away past the fielder inside the circle. Will pick up a single now. That'll bring Suranga on strike. Suranga batting on 4 of 6. Defended this time. Another dot ball. Last ball of the over coming up. Punched away, straight to the fielder. In fact, there's still a couple of deliveries remaining, beg your pardon.
Yes, Suranga and Varuna both getting boundaries. So that will give them some confidence going into the later part of the innings. But they need to capitalize. They need to make sure they are out there in the middle, batting as much as they can, especially in the power play overs. Clipped off the pads, but no chance for a run. And it's the end of the over. 3 overs have been bowled. Sri Lions are 11 for no loss.
Fresh over from Nilanshi. A beautiful delivery. That's more like it. Harshit said, beg your pardon. Just giving it a little bit of air and straight away some turn. Varuna batting on 7 of 9. On the stumps this time, defended on the onside. That is going to be a dot ball. Sri Lions will need a good start. That's screamed away through the offside. Another delightful shot from Varuna there. His second boundary. He moves on to 11 with that shot. And I think the spinner should be encouraged by the fact that he is willing to drive the ball through the offside. If they adjust their length a little bit, then there might be a possibility of the first slip coming in.
Yes, not learning from his mistakes. He bowled a similar delivery in the previous over, Nishant, and he was hit for a similar shot. This time again, he bowls it tad bit full, and Varuna just pounces on that line and creams it towards extra cover. And if he's going to bowl that line, then he can get that mid-wicket fielder in and get a cover sweeper for himself.
That's very well bowled. And Varuna just playing it very well. Yes, I think for somebody like Varuna, if you are a left-arm spinner, you would probably want 2 fielders outside the 30 yards on the offside. More than the long off, a sweeper is going to be effective. A defensive prod this time. The Sri Lions won the first game chasing. The second game they lost when they were batting first. Oh, that's the arm ball. And that'll be the end of the over. 4 bowled, 15 without loss. Nicely cut away this time. Suranga gets into the act as well. Might not reach the fence. Oh, it will. I think he just parried the ball along the fielder there.
Well, I think a very ordinary effort. He did everything right. He ran, he chased the ball, he put in the slide as well, but just at the last moment, yes, just couldn't get the ball in and could not keep the ball in. So 4 important runs again for Sri Lions. They move on to 19 without loss.
Cut again, but this time straight to the fielder.
Runs coming in easily, Nishant, as of now for Sri Lions. Not a lot of risk taken. And they've just played on the merit of the ball. If it's in the slot, they've hit some boundaries, and if it isn't, they've just blocked it, just like that.
There's only one shot hit in the air. It just shows that they are willing to take their time and hang around, do what needs to be done when the time comes. Push back to the bowler this time. That should be another dot ball. Suranga batting on 8 of 14. Nicely bowled. Another dot ball. That's cut away again, and that's once again into the gap. But this time the fielder will be able to save it. They'll pick up a couple of runs to finish the over. 5 overs bowled, it's a 21 without loss. Got it into the gap, yes, but the fielder giving it the chase to make the save. Upish this time. The fielder at long off a little wider. And that's why he makes the save there. That was very fiercely hit.
Oh, chipped, but very close to that bowler. Harshit said it was a chance, maybe, maybe not. But the ball definitely just came onto the bat a little bit slower than expected. Leading edge, lucky Suranga. This time he cracks it and cracks it well. That's another boundary for Suranga. Sri Lanka move on to 26.
Yes, slapped away through the offside there. It was a shot, it was wide. And immediately pouncing on it. The Lions batsman there. Suranga moves on to 14 of 18. Of course, the captain Prashat Mahadurage not managing to play this game because of a hamstring issue. And Sri Lions are already thinking about the next round. That's why they decided not to risk him for this game.
Yes, it's always better to rest and recover well rather than risking your important matches later on in the tournament. So I think it's better to treat that niggle when it is a niggle and not a full-blown injury.
Lot of turn there. Playing inside the line and missing. There is a dot ball.
This is where it gets challenging for the batter, Nishant. When the ball turns on some occasions and doesn't on the other. So you're not sure whether you need to play for the turn or play in line of the ball. Good over this one from Harshit Seth. It's 26 for no loss after 5.
So Nilansh into his fourth over. Well, Amar Badami is showing a bit of patience here with his two spinners. He started off with them, but he doesn't seem to be having too much of trust issues yet. Spinners have not been able to ask questions, and they'll pick up a single now. 27 without loss. In the seventh over, Suranga will be back on strike.
Imran Munir, the umpire for this game, very watchful, and definitely one of the upcoming umpires in the domestic circuit, Imran Munir. Goes for the sweep, nicely played, backward of square leg, no chance for the fielder. That will be another boundary for Suranga. So playing on the merit and scoring nice and freely, Sri Lions 31 for no loss.
Yes, that was a risky shot to play. Whereas the spinners with a new ball really can manage to just slip one through. But it looks very good when it's effective.
And what I liked about that shot was it was played along the ground, not in the air. So good batting from Suranga and Varuna. And this is smart, sensible batting as well. Just after that boundary, nudged it towards the fine leg and will rotate strike.
Varun on strike now. And that's driven beautifully, goes through the fielder there. A single will finish the over. 7 overs bowled, it's 33 without loss. Flattish, that was uppish as well. Past the fielder inside the circle. That would have been a stunner had he pulled it off. Not to be. And this time forced off the back foot there, straight to the fielder. And that is another dot ball. Suranga 19 of 25. And this one comes in with the arm driven to mid-on. No chance of a run there.
Short and wide, chance for the fielder and another chance for the short cover fielder as well. Everything happening here. But Suranga will feel that he's lucky that he's still out there because that was a short and wide delivery. Nicely hit, but a good attempt by Amar Badami. There was a chance for, I think it was Surya Satish at extra cover. but not to be. Oh, that's a good delivery. That is a very, very good delivery. Beating all ends up. Varuna had no clue where the ball was going.
Oh, that was very, very tough. It was hit very firmly. Very well bowled again by Harshit Seth. This is the over where he has really asked questions. And that is the end of 8. It's 35 without loss. Fifth over for Nilansh then. He has gone over the top. Hasn't timed it. It lands safe. And Saad will pick it up. They will pick up a couple. Suranga 22 of 27 right now. Very fluent thus far, both these batters, left alone outside the off-stump, dot ball.
Well, we'll see a lot more turn once the ball gets a little older, and that's what we've noticed so far. Not a lot of turn in the first few overs, but in the last couple, you could see the ball just beating the edge of the bat every now and then. So it is going to get even more difficult for Sri Lanka's batters to be scoring runs. Flighted delivery, that is it. Or is it? Well, he's going upstairs, the umpire, but that was another good ball. Some turn, some bounce, and some good glove work by the keeper, Tanish.
Yes, my first reaction was that he's out bowled. It looks like it's a stumping appeal that they've gone ahead with. Well, I think he might be home. Just get a feeling he might be home. Very difficult to say. It's going to be a close call indeed. His foot was in the air for a few seconds there. Just have to ensure that the bails were whipped at that moment. It's touch and go if you ask me. Not going to be an easy call at all for the third umpire. Suranga, I'm pretty sure, will have his fingers crossed right now. Not out is the verdict. I had a feeling that Suranga might just get away with it. .22 of 30 is what he's batting on. Left alone outside the off-stump this time. Again, a similar delivery, slightly away from the batter. Left alone again.
Good bowling, and as we see the ball just doing something off the pitch. And the run scoring has just not been so easy for both these batters. A dot ball to end the over. 9 overs have been bowled. Sri Lions, apologies, are at 37 for no loss. Harshit Seth continues. Varuna wanted that single, but sent back. Again wanted to go inside out over extra cover, but this time there is some turn off the wicket, so it's not going to be easy. And I think it's a risky shot to be playing because there is a slip in place which will come in action if he gets that edge.
Yes, I think they've just been a little confident with the amount of turn that these bowlers are getting. It's not too much. That is why they seem to be feeling confident about playing those shots. And again, beautifully struck by Varuna. That is a strong suit, playing through the offside. Another boundary for him in the same area.
Well, I still don't understand. There's no cover sweeper for Harshit. He's been hit for at least 3, if not more, boundaries in that area, in that region. So why wouldn't you not plug that gap, get that mid-wicket fielder in, and make the batsman play across the line, the ball turning away? It's not going to be easy for Varuna to hit it towards mid-wicket. But they still continue with the same field.
And it's also the longer part of the ground.
Absolutely. A very good observation there, Nishant. They're playing on the extreme left wicket. Oh, takes an edge, but did not carry to Nilanj Keswani.
I think Lions will be pleased with this power play that they've had. They're going on at over 4 and over. They've not lost a wicket. 2 set batsmen.
Yes, both the batters have got the start they would want to play as long as possible and try to get some more runs. 10 overs have been bowled. Sri Lions are 42 for no loss. So 10 overs have been bowled. Nilanj will be bowling his 6th over. Persisting with Nilanj Keswani.
Nicely struck. Should be a couple of runs at least, comfortably so. When I walked into the ground today, just before the toss and the pitch report, I noticed that the grass was being cut in the outfield. So they were just trying to trim the grass a little bit.
Well, from what we've seen today, they will take the single. It doesn't look like it's the quickest outfield that we've seen here in Sharjah. We've seen a lot quicker outfield where the grass is really cut nicely, but now it looks like a lush green outfield, and hence the ball is not traveling as fast as it would otherwise. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Nishant.
Well, to be honest, I've seen much quicker outfields in Sharjah. In fact, I was surprised in the last week or so with the slowness of the outfield. I would never imagine a ball stopping at the edge of the boundary in Sharjah, but it did happen. But today, I think it's just a touch quicker because, of course, they've done a little bit of grass cutting. Very well bowled, another dot ball.
Well, as a bowler, I wouldn't mind a slow outfield. But as a batter, I'm sure they would want as less grass as possible on the outfield. I think it's a great balance right now. It's not too quick, not too slow as well. So if you hit and time really well, the ball will cross the ropes. This one's been played up in the air. Chance for two fielders. Yes, one easy catch. And that is wicket number one for Sri Lions. It is Varuna who falls. And Nilansh Keswani celebrates in his signature style.
Yes, saw him do that in the previous game as well. That's his signature there. And Amar Badami, the captain, taking the catch. So Varuna is the man who departs. Looking to go over the top, not timing it well enough. And yes, first wicket down for 46 as Pereira departs for 23 of 31.
Boundaries that we've seen so far, some really good looking shots inside out, and we all know Varuna Pereira, how strong he is on the offside, cuts the ball well, drives it as well. Both these batters look like compact players. They've got all the shots in the book. You bowl on the off, they can cut you, they can drive you. On the onside, they can sweep you as well. But this one shot from Varuna Pereira brought his downfall. A good catch from the skipper, Amar Badami. So some success for DCC Starlets. They get their first victim. It is Varuna who has to walk back, and the new batter in for Sri Lions is Isham at number 3.
Yes, Isham goes the leg spinner. Harshit set into his 6th over now. Starts off with the arm ball, and Isham looks to clip it away inside edge onto the pads. Single taken. He's off the mark. That will bring Suranga on strike. And of course, the field now can be spread out. We can see there are 3 fielders outside the 30 yards here. That's hammered down the ground. Midon giving it the chase and will not be able to pull it back. Another boundary for Suranga here.
Good attempt, good try. It was Ahan Fernandez at mid-on who gave that chase, did really well, and now he's been pushed back to long on from mid-on. This is more of a reactive field placement rather than being proactive. Using his feet nicely, Suranga. He's looked good so far, Nishant.
Pretty good indeed. He's played some very balanced shots. Pushed away. So now they've got 4 fielders outside the 30 yards. This is a long on, long off. Sweeper and mid wicket. Pretty conventional, I would say. That boundary, of course, bringing the 50 up for Sri Lions as well. And Suranga there slightly early into the shot.
Yes, change of pace is necessary for spinners on this wicket. You need to vary your pace, sometimes bowl a lot flatter and sometimes give the flight just to deceive the batter. That's much better. That's a lot slower from Harshit. So, smart thinking bowler, Harshit Seth. End of another over. 12 overs have been bowled. Sri Lions are 52 for 1. So finally a first bowling change in the 13th over. It is Sailesh Jaishankar who's been brought into the attack from the SCA end. Starts off with a ball on the off stump. Nicely driven but straight to the fielder at mid-on. 2 fielders, in fact 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. There's a cover sweeper, a deep third and a backward square leg in place.
Just trying to keep it tidy here, Sailesh. The first signs of a seamer. Too full, too far outside the off jump. Suranga just trying to chase that one. Sailesh knows it pretty well, that with spinners having bowled 12 overs, his job will be to bowl a tidy line, mix up there, and no damage done. Somehow they managed to escape.
Yes, they take that quick single. It could have been very, very disappointing for Sri Lions to lose a wicket in the form of a run out. You need to be pretty sure about the calling between the wickets. Yes and no doesn't help.
Down the leg side this time. That'll be a wide. The good thing so far with these bowlers is that there haven't been too many extras. In fact, if I'm not wrong, that is the first extra of the innings.
Flies towards the third. There is Nilanj Keswani who will cut that off. 55 on the board for Sri Lions after that wicket of Varuna Pereira. It was the first extra, so spot on, Nishant, with that observation there, just that first extra of the innings. And they would want to control that. That is something that they can do if they bowl well.
Oh, the bat flies. And almost hits the non-striker there. It's another wide, this time outside the off stump. But what happened there?
Well, I think wet gloves, the bat just slipping out of the hand. Oh, and that was a narrow escape for Isham, because that was coming straight at him, the bat. Just evades at the last moment.
Straight away change in gloves for Suranga then. This is what happened, too far outside the off, so you wanted to give it the chase. And almost hitting Isham there.
Nicely played, beautiful drive on the up, just outside off, but there is protection in the deep, so will only be a single. A decent over from Sailesh, but he's just bowled those two extras, two wides, and will want to finish this over well.
That one came back in slightly. Defended of the inside half of the bat. 13 bowled, 57 for 1. Harshit to continue. Short ball. Suranga waiting for it. And pulling it from outside the off stump. Like a tennis forehand there. Will pick up a single.
Yes, just short from Harshit Seth and allowing Suranga to rock on the back foot and slap bat it straight towards long on. Brings out the sweep, plays it fine, no fielder there, no protection, so easy two. If they run hard, they can get three as well, but they're never interested in the third.
Not the conditions to run hard. Couple of runs, good enough. So, walking from the match ref's room to the pitch for the toss, just walking, ambling is good enough for you to be dripped in sweat. Back to the bowler, another dot ball here. Why would you run hard?
Wants to lap shot that again. Chance. Harshit thinks there was some bat onto it. I'm not 100% sure.
Probably a bit of glove. Nisham, 4 of 6. Drives it straight to Amar there. Another dot ball.
Some turn, some bounce, and a single to end the over. 14 overs have been bowled. Sri Lions are 61 for 1.
Right then, 14 overs bowled, 62 for the loss of 1 wicket. Time for the first change in voices. Today, joining me in the comm box in a bright pink t-shirt today is Asim. Welcome back, Asim.
Thank you, Nishant, and yet another game on this track, which looked a bit challenging there yesterday, but today, looking at the pace at which they're scoring at the moment, I think playing a lot more maturely here, Sri Lions. Just as I say maturely, there was a rash shot that came through.
I get a feeling that Isham has come out to bat at number 3 for that purpose, to try and score some quick runs. And to be honest, Asim, you saw the match, the all 100 overs yesterday, almost 100 overs. Pitch has played much better today.
Today, as well as the game progresses, with the condition as far as the dew is concerned, that comes in play, which makes it even more easier for the batters to bat on, and makes life for the spinners even more difficult at the later stage with the wet ball. Played upish, fielder coming underneath it, and puts it down. Took it a bit too easy there, Nishant.
Yes, I think just a little casual. He thought he will reach there in time. That's why he slowed down. Look, he's charging there. He slows down. And then he has to dive forward.
Shrey usually, is on the field with 4 hands. Not to be so today. It's Danish Suri behind the stumps. I think that chance should have been taken there.
On the pads, clipped away. They will push for the second and will get it comfortably as well. Another thing that I noticed about the pitch today, Asim mentioned at the pitch report as well, that compared to yesterday, there is a semblance of some typical Sharjah shine on the wicket. Just a little hint of it. And I get a feeling that as the days go on and the pitches continue to made and rolled in, we probably will start getting that shine coming out. So this will be quite opposite to the previous pitch that we were using.
So it's like that scale. It's at the negative point right now. You roll in, get to that 0 mark, wherein the shine will be back again, and then it tends to wear out again as the scale goes up. I think very, very, different science behind the entire, the effort in which the wicket is made and the logics behind that. And I think one of the reasons why I feel that the shine was not there is there were some last moment preps that were happening yesterday. Meanwhile, excellent looking shot, but straight to the fielder. So as we were saying, there were some last moment preps that were happening just right before the toss yesterday, which I feel is one of the reasons why that that hardness did not come through on the surface earlier. And the sun beating on the track after you put the water on, it plays a very, very important role as to how much time do you let that water soak in, and then at what time, after what time do you actually use the roller. If that interval is not decent enough, you might not get that hard surface that you are actually looking forward to. Quick single, direct hit would have been dangerous here. Suranga would have found himself back in the pavilion had that been a direct hit. Good pickup, good throw, yes, definitely.
Yes, that would have been very interesting indeed. That is the end of the over now. 15 overs bowled at 69 for 1.
Nicely tossed up there by Harshit Seth. He's into his 8th over. It looks like he started off the spell there and hasn't been stopped yet.
Nilansh bowled 6. It was taken off.
Looks like they were carefully listening to us last night. We were just behind the opposition team that, Captain, please get a spinner on. Please get a spinner on. They said, well, they started spinners at the 15 over mark yesterday. We'll try to complete our quota within that mark.
Overdid it, I think. Just get a feeling they overdid it because when, to be very honest, in the initial 7-8 overs, the spinners didn't really ask questions. And that was when probably Amar should have thought of something else. But he kept going till 12 overs.
Well, I think even if you're testing 3 overs a piece, you probably get an idea as to what sort of purchase you're getting in from the surface, and then hold on to it because the dew will not immediately settle in. It will take some time, and then that time will probably be utilized by the fast bowlers to get that roughness out of that ball when the spinners can actually use it.
You just saw two ends of the spectrum. Oh, straight back and straight through him.
Now, this should have been taken, to be very honest. It's tough to hold on to those ones which are hit back at you, but you didn't have to do anything there.
So end of over number 16 then. It's 70 for 1. That's just went right through his fingers. Oh, late to react. Sailesh to bowl his third. Down the leg side. He's the only bowler who has bowled wides. He's bowled 3 of them. Yes, we're talking about spinners being used a little too much by DCC today. There's a well-known saying in Odia, the language from the part of the world that I come from, Odisha. It goes like this: Jala bihune srushti jala bohule srushti. It basically translates to, if there is no water, the world is destroyed. If there is too much water, the world is destroyed. Yesterday, we saw lack of water from the teams. Today, too much of it.
Well, situation of drought and flood, that's what we are referring to here. But I think, you know, it fits in well in this situation out here. And even if they want to use those spinners there and they want to have that effect coming through, you probably can, you know, switch around with those spinners, not go with your main spinners up front when you're taking up that phase of that match, which is where the spinners come in play and try to have that effect in the game.
Now, I'm very interested to see if there is another spinner in the ranks who will probably be used in the middle overs.
Well, I wouldn't have mind a Punya Mehra coming in and bowling in a few overs with the new ball, because he's an off spinner. He can probably take the ball away from the right-hander. Could have made the difference. Unfortunately, even they don't have even Ronak Panoli today playing, so that option of an extra spinner also goes away.
Nicely pushed back to the bowler, another dot ball.
We saw Amar Badami can bowl a few, but not a regular go-to bowler. But if he can hit those right channels, he can be really dangerous because of the fact that he's a wrist spinner, a leg spinner. And usually we haven't seen as much of leg spinners being utilized in the power play, so fair enough call coming through there. But quite a strange position where Amar is standing here, right in below our eyes, third man region. Usually don't see captains in the third man region.
Here's what he's there. And of course, at this point in time, both these batsmen will be pretty pleased with the way things are going on. They're going on at about 4.5 runs per over. We've seen having wickets in hand can work wonders. Yesterday also, they managed to chase down 280 plus, despite having scored at a rate of 4.5 for most part of the innings.
And yesterday I was having a word with Hamza after the game, and he was pretty much confident with the total that was put on board, that is chaseable, with the things getting better and better as the innings progressed in the first inning itself. And he was pretty confident that if we just play it out, we can win it. But he was of the opinion that we left it for a bit too late. The amount of time they took to score 289 was about 49 overs. And they should have ideally completed that target in about 42, 43 overs and not keep it for too long there. That was his idea about it, because that's how good the pitch had become towards the second half.
Yes, that would have helped their net run rate as well. Of course, the net run rate will come in handy. We've got just 3 more league matches remaining. The league stages get over on the 29th. From 30th, the knockout start, culminating into the finals. Oh, again, Suranga has lost his bat. The fielder won't be able to reach the ball. Well, this is the second time this has happened, even after the change in gloves.
I think needs to have a stronger grip there on the bat. Maybe it's not the gloves, it's about the actual grip of the bat. Don't blame the leather, blame that rubber.
Or maybe, does he need to wear inners?
Well, there can be a pause. There are multiple reasons for that bat slipping there. One of it can be the basics of not holding it too tight. That is the upper hand, the left hand. You got to be holding it a bit tight compared to the one which is at the bottom, and when you tend to lose that sort of a grip on the handle, that's when usually the bat slips. Now, if that is fine, then there's something wrong with the grip itself of the bat on the handle. If that's fine, then definitely it's about the gloves.
17 bowled, 77 for 1, and it's time for a drink.
Harshit Seth into his 9th over here. Swept nicely, and the ball will race away towards the deep backward square. Good looking shot here. In complete control. Look at that. He knew where he wanted to play that shot. Premeditated. Getting 4 runs out of it.
There's a Sham, 15 of 17. Flattish again.
Well, one strange fact about this format here is the teams that faced each other in the group stages, there is high possibility that they can come against each other in the knockouts as well, in the quarterfinals. Usually in the quarterfinals, we do not see teams that have clashed against each other to face each other in the quarterfinals. They might meet each other in the finals though, but
well, that is probably because of the cross-pool format that is in place.
well, more than the cross pool, it's about that one single point table that we are talking about. It's just about ranking of the teams based on their league stage performance, which is why they have that the probability of them meeting each other. Again, nicely swept. So he's picking and choosing his areas there. Another premeditated one. A couple of runs here. End of 1883 for 1, Sri Lance. Gliding it towards the third man, and Nilanj in action there. Single added here. Now again, this has been that common question that we always come across as what would be that good total on board, especially playing in Sharjah. We know for the fact that nothing is safe here.
Well, after yesterday, it's very difficult to say. We thought this pitch is tricky and all, but yesterday it played so very well. Oh, appeal there. It's called a wide. So the seamers have been bowling wides here. So yes, yesterday the run chase was so very nicely planned. There was 7.5, 7.8 required run rate when Hamza came into bat, and they made it look so comfortable.
Leading edge and slightly away from Punya Mehra. Well, what's more interesting is the fact that when Mozam was batting out there in the initial 15-20 overs, that moment itself, the required run rate had jumped to around 6.9, 6.8. With 22 overs gone, 24 overs gone. But the good thing is that they did not panic. They ensured that they did not, press that panic button and gave away that wickets easily. Meanwhile, excellent looking shot here from Suranga. Ball's racing away towards the boundary. That effort coming in from Mahan, all in vain.
Yes, and if you look at Mozam's innings yesterday, he was batting with a strike rate in the 30s. And then he finished with a strike rate almost the same as Jotin's.
Absolutely. And that's, I mean, he picked and chose his areas and the time that where he wanted to utilize. He made sure he used the free hits, did not let it go. And that's how he covered up that slow start of his. And I think, you know, when speaking to him during the presentation, he was very confident in terms of, you know, what he's supposed to be doing. And when asked whether he faced any sort of pressure while, you know, when he was batting slowly, he said, I don't feel pressure. It's just that I know my ability when I can up the score, when it is required. What was the role given out to me was to bat right till the end, because if I lose the wicket from my end, the captain had a very clear message that the key team will collapse. So he was out there protecting that collapse.
Watchfully defended this time, back to the bowler, and yes, that has been the plan all through. I think we did discuss that in the com box as well, that clearly the way Moazzam is batting, his role has been defined to bat through.
Absolutely, we saw that the other day as well. Unfortunately, they were on the losing side, chasing 383. But yesterday it was a different game altogether. And it would be interesting to see how Moazzam actually paces his innings in matches where Karwan is actually chasing in excess of, let's say, 320, 330. That will be the actual test.
Or when they're batting first.
I agree.
19 done, it's 91 for 1.
So here comes Harshit Seth. 20th over of the innings and 10th over of a spell. And this is the fastest spell, I would say, that a bowler has bowled here in the Bukhatir League this season. And joining me in the com box is none other than Sir Mazhar Khan. Welcome to the com box.
Thank you, Asim. Looks a little strange. 10 overs on the trot. Very rare.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I was really surprised when I looked at that number of overs that is bowled when I stepped into the com box. 7 overs out of 15. And that just was really hard to believe. We were all the more, you know, complaining about the fact that the captains have not used the spinners, you know, with the new ball. Well, just had this discussion with Nishan that they've overused the spinner here.
Not bad. Well, it's a good try, I suppose. 40 odd runs for 10 overs. Opening up with a new ball, well bowled, outside the off stump, beaten. And so maybe the management must have thought of, you know, you start off with and then we'll come, our fast bowlers will come later on.
Well, I am completely aligned with that, but since, as we say, it is, you know, all these decisions are very subjective. And, you know, why people will have difference of opinions coming through. And what surprises me is the fact that, you know, they haven't really tested the batsman per se.
Mm-hmm.
So when they haven't actually invited any sort of trouble coming through, why would you want to actually get rid of one of those spinners that you would need in the middle overs?
Maybe they have a bunch of spinners, Asim?
I mean, I was quite surprised to see Ronak Panoli sitting out today, and then they have had that heart to actually go out against the Sri Lions with Harshit Seth completing his 10 overs quota. He's done.
93 for 1 at the end of 20.
Well, hit straight to the fielder. Now, this is the best thing that we can probably see when these youngsters are playing out there. They'll be really electrifying on the field. Lays in a different level of standard for the senior players also. That's the kind of spirit that you got to be playing that sport.
What we have seen of late is a lot of youngsters are coming through the academies, and this one shot pulled away. There's a fielder there at the square leg. Good to see these youngsters bending their back and becoming fast bowlers, and you can find a lot of spinners also. The other day we saw the youngster Ayan Khan making his debut for the UAE and doing well as a bowler itself. And he did well as a batsman too in the end, isn't it?
Absolutely, a good day for him as a player and as a debut. Coming into the side at the age of 17, picking up 1 wicket as well in his 3 overs and conceding just 16 runs, wherein the entire other senior lot had conceded around 8, 8.5, 9 and over. And considering that fact, coming out in a pressure situation, almost winning the game for the team, scoring 25 odd runs of 17 deliveries. So I think a perfect debut for him.
And a good young lad getting into the team as well. So there's a lot of confidence for the team itself. You know, you have a middle order bat who can bat as well as bowl his quota of overs. He's a smart guy for his age. I think he's developed well, and been very consistent year round in the domestic league as well.
Well, and not only that, look at the impact that it lays down to the rest of the young homegrown kids. It leaves a very positive impact that if we perform, we get to have that grey as well.
Certainly. I mean, you know, I totally agree with you, Asim, here that with this, what will happen is there'll be more seriousness amongst the youngsters who are on the fringe, and they will be also trying to, you know, make a point there that yes, we are as good as him, or we also can make it to the senior team.
Absolutely, and you've got to be giving credit to his parents as well, who supported him day in, day out. Those matches going, and you know,
I think hats off to all the parents, you know, here in this part of the world who are supporting their kids, taking them to the practice sessions, taking them to the matches, and, you know, staying there, hanging in there till they finish their practices and all. I think a lot of effort should be laid on in the parents who have done so well, and the coaches also should be complimented. You know, in the development of these boys, the coaches play a very important role in their development, and that's what is all about. I think good coaches can bring out the best of cricketers in the UAE.
when investing time, effort, you know, eating up those weekend time that you can enjoy with the family, ensuring that, you know, the kid actually gets the best out of it. I think that's a, you know, a compromise that is something which is priceless.
I found the same thing in the ladies also, you know, the girls, the way the parents are, you know, so religiously taking their wards to the ground, to the practice sessions. And look at the UAE girls today, they are doing pretty well. I mean, 10, 15 years back, we hardly used to have 4 or 5 girls playing cricket here. And now, the under-19 girls have done well. I think the recent tournament, I think we finished though 7th, but we beat Zimbabwe and USA, which is creditable.
Absolutely, and I mean, having touched upon that topic of, you know, women's cricket here, are we expecting any sort of competition, competitive cricket coming through here in the Sharjah Cricket Stadium? Any event coming through for, you know, the women cricket?
I'm not aware of it, if there's anything in the near future, but, you know, if it is organized event, then they're most welcome to have it here with us, but I don't think we have anything as such. People are talking that there could be another tournament coming up here, but we are not sure about it. But let's see how it goes. We are always there to support cricketers and cricket events. This one turned, beaten outside the off stump. Isham on 22. Saad has got a decent flight, and he can trying to vary his length. This one again very well picked up. Good gather by the keeper. And Isham is, this one flighted, and there was a reverse sweep. Missed it completely, gathered by the keeper. Saad is bowling good line and length. This one rocks back and pulls it into the... Oh, that's a great stop in the cow corner region.
Top effort coming in from Nilansh Keswani there, diving onto his wrong side, and didn't give up. It was racing away towards the boundary and ensured that he covered the ground pretty nicely. Great effort, stopping 2 runs at least here for the team.
It'll be interesting to see here that, you know, now that there is a draft going on in Abu Dhabi, and let's wait and see how many boys from our leagues and from our councils get selected to represent the 6 or 8 franchises playing the T10 tournament.
Well, you know, that brings me to that hot... Oh, a chance going down there. Tanish Suri. Effort coming through, but not good enough.
Should have taken.
That's good improvisation here coming in from Tanish in terms of his foot movement there. And I think what went wrong about that drop catch was purely the foot movement there.
I totally agree with you. There was no movement when the catch was dropped. Had he moved well, then it would have been an easy catch for him.
And one more thing, if we closely observe in terms of the technique of Tanish Suri when he is approaching the wickets before squatting, I feel he's a tad too slow over there in terms of squatting at the right time. Being a wicketkeeper, you might have that, you know, you can observe that part, that when he's coming in close to the stumps, that trigger movement, I would say. But when he's bending down, I think he is getting a bit too late. He needs to improvise on that front.
It's true. I mean, you know, he shouldn't be walking when the... I saw him walking up when the bowler was coming in to bowl. He should squat himself, place him comfortably, and he also takes a start. If you notice, the keeper, you know, he's standing there now as the bowler starts from the far end. You'll see him taking 2-3 steps forward. I don't understand why he does that. He should be more comfortable. This one has been heaved away, up in the air, and he's out.
Now, I think one of the most confident fielders in the circuit has taken this catch here. Karan Dhiman. He looks a different level fielder here. Good arm, excellent eye on the ball, and look at how comfortably he has taken the catch.
Very good catch indeed.
This is a breakthrough that they were looking for, and Suranga is making his way back to the pavilion. Second casualty here.
Good knock by Suranga. Scored is 46 of 67 deliveries with 6 fours.
Slightly find himself a bit unfortunate not to get to that that milestone. Now, if we closely look at that replay there, played it a bit too early, getting that bottom end of the bat. And a very comfortable looking catch there by Karan Dhiman. I think a very confident chap. Regardless of his batting, he is fielding very, very confident with his approach towards the game. Well, we were talking about the draft of T10, and you know, there has been this you know, ongoing discussion which has happened, and which is quite surprising as well, that none of the IGM players are a part of the draft, which is quite surprising here.
Have they announced the list?
Yeah, I mean, it has gone through, and none of those players who've registered have got any acknowledgement coming through, which has been quite surprising for a team to actually win around 80% of the tournaments coming through in this year's season.
Well, I think they have asked the council to submit all the top leaderboards for all the tournaments that has been submitted. So I'm sure if they have someone is up there, they must be finding their names there. I'll be surprised if, because I think we have submitted 3-4 T20Is and T20s and T10s played over this year, and it's for them to take a final call, I suppose.
Well, absolutely, that stays with them as to who gets a spot in the side. It's all about at least having that option available and that pool of players.
Most of the players from the Emirates Cricket Board pool should be there, you know, plus the under-19 boys maybe, they should also be there. It will be a good opportunity for such youngsters to be, you know, getting into, if they get into, it will be a good opportunity for them to learn and, you know, enjoy the tournament with the professional cricketers. This one bowled well, Pavantha, Surya rather, end of the over. It's 103 for 2, City Lions.
Here comes Saad, very impressive in his first over there. Driven straight and will be a single. Pavantha gets off the mark. You definitely want to see more of Pavantha with the ball here today. In the previous match, he just bowled that one over where he was spinning the ball square, and the captain deciding not to bowl him entirely in that match. This has taken us aback.
Well bowled again, beautifully flighted. Saad seems to be a very confident young bowler. I hope he can bowl some dusras or the wrong ones. Turning the ball.
Well, absolutely, and that if a bowler, if a leg spinner is giving that flight, it means he's got a lot of courage.
Well bowled again.
Just a bit too full there. I think that was the wrong one attempted. Just a bit too full.
Up in the air. Just falls short of the mid-off fielder. He's tempting the batsman though, Asim.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why we have a slip fielder in place as well, just to, pounce on the opportunity in case if the batsman is trying to go inside out and gets an edge. That slip fielder will come in play. And this year's Bukhatir League, we haven't seen many of these wrist spinners coming in play. Very few of them. In fact, Sri Lions has one of them. Isham is a leg spinner. Not a lot of the options available in form of good leg spinners there.
Bowled again.
And mind you, if people watching us, listening to us, if they understand this fact, especially those leg spinners, and if they keep on working on their abilities and improve them as a player, I think the way UAE team is poised at the moment, they require someone who can bowl those leg spin.
It's true. There's no leggy in our team anymore. But
Well, I think the last one that we had was Imran Haider. And after that, we didn't have a leg spinner per se. Rizwan CP is one option, but we haven't seen him post his role change to take up that lead from the front.
it'll be interesting. Tomorrow, I think they are playing their second game against Bangladesh. And I think had there been a little bit more maturity, they should have won the game. But they just messed it up at the wrong time and played a little uppish shots. This time he comes down and drives it, but no run. So we lost a few wickets in the middle order. That was not the time to lose wickets, I suppose. And had we just lost 4 or 5 wickets, we could have easily made it to the... But hats off to this young lad, Ayan Khan. He proved his mettle. He has shown his ability to, play at whatever position he is sent on, and he was bold enough to start off the opening the attack as a left arm spinner.
Well, absolutely. I think these are those opportunities that you need to take up as challenges in order to succeed in your career. And you don't get them quite often. And when you get them, pounce on it, with those claws that you have filled with talent.
No, I think he really, it's good to see these youngsters coming up and doing well. And this one shot and pulled away, and he's caught. Lovely catch.
2 wickets in the same fashion there, slightly on the shorter side, and he picked up the same fielder. I think the safest fielder in the house there, Karan Dhiman, once again. Look at that, how comfortable he is in taking those catches.
The way he came on to the ball, he seemed to be very confident in picking up the catch. And another wicket falls. Sri Lions are now 105 for 3. Isham departs on 26 or 46 deliveries. Caught Dhiman, bowled Surya. Surya has picked up a couple of wickets with his short pitch deliveries.
And that was a start that needed some capitalization on. You have to convert these 20s, 30s that you take time to settle in and score, and then score big. You've seen how Mozam Hayat, the other day he did not win the game, but he won a lot of confidence from the teammates that he can play long, he can play deep. Got out on 96 unfortunately, but yesterday he came back, made a strong statement. If I don't get out, I'm sure I can win it for the team. Yesterday he did that. 120 unbeaten.
Oh, excellent. Did he? So that means last game, I remember he got out for 96, or remained not out on 96.
Well, he got out on 96,
96.
Looking at 2 players who got out right in front of his eyes.
Yeah.
But then, you know, the way he bounced back in yesterday's game, and one good thing about that is he said, I mean, I don't take pressure, regardless of what the situation is. If I'm batting slow, that means I'm just trying to kill in that phase.
Good temperament. New batsman in is Malinda. Plays back to the bowler. Surya is bowling well, good line and length, and he's capitalized on his short pitch deliveries. He's picked up a couple of wickets.
Well, he's been varying his pace. That has been the key of his bowling. Yeah, we closely observe he's trying to make full use of this track, trying to roll his fingers over at the last moment, cutting the pace. Now two new men out there.
Takes the outer edge and very well fielded on the boundary line in the third man region.
Nilansh Keswani, you just can't keep him out of the game.
This is another youngster who's done well, getting into as a good all-rounder, gets amongst runs also and bowls his quota of overs. Beautifully picked up.
I think he was the best bowler in last year's Bukhatir League as well. 46th Bukhatir League, picked up 15 wickets there.
Sure.
Again, playing for the same team, but they gave him a tough time to future matters in that particular tournament.
I think there should be some innings partnerships required now if Sri Lions has to give a challenging total to Dubai Cricket Council's team.
25 was gone here. Sri Lions 106 for 3. Here comes Saad. Chance. Well, we'll have to figure out whether that was an edge. The way it has carried, seems it was one.
I think the slip fielder was too wide. I think he was literally standing in the second slip.
Sharp turn coming through. You really can't pick who should have actually gone for that.
I would blame the skipper for that. It's too close for his body. Yes.
And I think our questions are answered here as to why Harshit was bowled out with a spell, because they had Saad, who can bowl in the middle overs.
And the way he's bowling, probably he'll bowl a lot. And he's out. This time, the ball turns, takes the outer edge, and Pavantha had to go.
In fact, it's Malinda who has departed here. That was that opportunity, and this one, Punya Mehra, makes no mistake.
That's a lovely catch.
I think that's a perfect leg spinner's dismissal, and end of Malinda Pushpakumara. In fact, Malinda making his way back.
So the correction there, the batsman who's out is Pavantha. Oh, sorry, Malinda is out.
Too much of confusion there.
Yeah.
And that's why it is said you have to keep an eye on every ball, every detail that is happening in the game, especially if you are a scorer. You really can't miss anything. If you do, you might end up putting scores against a different batsman. Well, the centurion of the previous game comes in. Aslam. A lot of responsibility would be on his shoulders. An ideal man to have in your middle order.
He got runs last time, isn't it, Aslam?
Scored 118 in that game. Well, how many times we have seen here that players scoring centuries been on the losing side. Yesterday it was Abhay Jotin who scored 125. The other day we had Aslam who scored 118. Team were on the losing side. Well, getting off the mark, and Aslam, who likes to keep himself busy always, doesn't take much time there to get off the mark.
Saad is trying his best to give as much flight as possible, just to make sure that, you know, there could be another slip catch or something to that effect, because he's turning the ball. There is a turn on this wicket.
There are two things to it here. One is to bowl slow, and one is to try and turn the ball. Meanwhile, played up in the air, chance for the fielder.
That's a lovely shot by Pavantha.
I think
And
it was
half volley, picked up well.
Look at that. It was played really, really straight. One bounce and a boundary. But picking up that spot, which is the safest in the ground. Unless you are a Kyron Pollard and the man standing behind the stumps is Mahendra Singh Dhoni.
Yeah. Goes back and cuts it nicely. There's a fielder there.
End of 26 here. Sri Lions 113 for 4.
Surya continues from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end, and he will be bowling to Pavantha.
Well, the name Surya and the number 786, just trying to find the correlation there. He's been mixing it up pretty nicely. Look at that, hurried on to the batter. Nicely dealt with. Pavantha was opening the innings earlier for Sri Lions, has been pushed down the order. I think just to ensure that they have that lefty-righty combination in play.
Aslam is, if he hangs in there, then they can put up a good partnership. And Pavantha seems to be a little aggressive at the moment. Scored 7 of 8 deliveries.
I think they need to plan their innings in phases now. Just about focus at the next 5 and next 5 and next 5. That's how you got to be planning your innings here.
Or maybe they are under the pressure that, you know, they've already played 26 overs and they're just 114 for 4.
I think you got to regroup again as a team. You've lost 3 back-to-back wickets, which has been the main reason why they would feel that sort of a pressure coming on them. But what has happened is happened. It's just about how you got to be restructuring this entire partnership.
The 47th Bukhatir League played here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. This one played over the heads of the mid-on.
A very confident looking shot there from Pavantha. Pitched up and no half measures there. Look at that. Excellent head position, and being a left-handed, Shoaib would definitely like this one.
Lovely square cut. There's a fielder down there, picked up and returned, couple of runs.
He's all over the ground there. Karan Dhiman.
Looks a good fielder. Picked up 2 good catches as well as, stopped some boundaries as well.
I mean, I'm looking at a very good cricketer, a prospect for, UAE in the coming years, in the form of Karan. Can be that X factor, can make a difference. And especially when you're a good fielder at this age, you're going to get better and better with the maturity that hits you.
This has to come from inside, Good fielders are just, they are gifted. Just like, a good keeper or a good, a slip fielder. Even a slip fielder, some of them are so natural that they know when to move, when not to move, and their anticipation is so good that they pick up the best of catches. Surya continues his 6th over. Sorry. Saad is bowling his 4th over. He's picked up 1 for 14. He's trying his best to, bowl good length deliveries and flight the deliveries as well, turning the ball.
Well, definitely want to see those wrong uns coming at this left-hander. Again, over-pitched, played it straight, but not getting enough connection there. And will manage to get 2.
Very well fielded on the boundary line again by these youngsters.
They're making the difference there in the outfield. It's cutting down those runs, which will be an important aspect here as far as the result of the game is concerned. Well, we are into the 47th Bukhatir League. Tell me, how many of them have you played? How many of them have you witnessed from outside?
Well, I must have played over 15 to 20, for sure.
And
I just missed the first one, by the way. This happened in January 1975. I came in October 75. So, I started playing from the 2nd Bukhatir League. And the interesting part was that in those days we never had newspapers to report. I used to write reports. I used to look into Times of India, Indian Express, and see how cricket reports are made. I used to write on those lines and then submit to a newspaper which used to come out as Reuters. It was a bunch of cyclo-style newspaper, thick of about 30 pages. And that was the newspaper run from 1975 to 1980, I would say, when Khalid Times was born. So I used to scribe also. I used to write also, collecting all the data of the Bukhatir League matches played every week, and then do that thing of, writing and giving it to the Reuters news. They used to be in Sharjah, their offices there. There used to be a press here, and they used to come out with that newspaper set of things.
Pretty interesting there. That's an experience in itself.
Yeah.
Well, what makes me wonder is the fact that these days we have a lot of communication channels which are open, wherein you can communicate with players, your teammates, and etc. How was the situation back then? How was it coordinated for the game that this is the time you're going to be coming on the ground, the schedules being sent out? How used to happen?
This was all of fax on fax. There was a thing called fax. So everything was on a fax. That was the in thing of fax. So everything used to be, and mind you, I remember even the telecommunication was not that strong in those days. So if you had to make a call to Dubai, you would have been, calling 10 times one number to connect to Dubai. So it was quite challenging in those days. The receptions, who used to sit on reception, they're probably the whole day they used to keep on dialing the numbers required for the company. And but gradually, as things went past, things have changed, and what a lovely moment now to live in this country. I mean, but those days were brilliant days as well. No mobile phone, nothing of that sort, and so everything used to go smoothly.
Well, it's definitely a pleasure talking to someone with an experience of two different generations, how things have come out and how things are getting panned out here in this historical venue.
So Sailesh is coming in from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end, and he'll be bowling his fourth over. Sri Lions are 130 for 4. Pavantha on 17. Aslam just come in, is batting on 4.
Sailesh has been brought back into the attack, and replacing me in the comm box will be Shoaib, who's going to give able company to Sir Mazhar Khan.
Thank you, Asim. Good evening, Mazhar sir. It's an honor and pleasure to join you in the comm box, and I was looking forward to this conversation. It was really insightful what you had to say about the history of this tournament. Meanwhile, just delivery down the leg side will be called a wide, so I'm looking forward to this conversation, sir.
Yeah, Shoaib, it was great old days. We used to play on cement tracks. On the Sabka ground, there was no grass wickets, or neither the outfield was grassy. And our grounds were all rolled every, a night before the match. And a lot of pebbles around, in those grounds.
Going down the leg side again, just wayward, Sailesh. I think that left-hand, right-hand combination is definitely a different challenge for Sailesh. Not easy to adapt those lines, and that will be called a wide, yes. So two back-to-back extras coming in from Sailesh.
There's some supporters there watching the game of Sri Lions, I suppose.
Well, I'm assuming, because every time they are out there playing, they've got some really good support in the stands.
That's very well bowled, but then well picked up by Pavantha. Again, over the bowler's head for a boundary.
This is some really good batting from Pavantha, because he's realized that both the fielders in front are inside the 30-yard circle. So there's always an opportunity to clear the infield. He does that really nicely, and he's getting value for his shots. 4 more, definitely taking the attack to the opposition.
That's what I think he's decided to, accelerate the scoring, because after nearly getting 28 overs bowled, the score is just 136. So probably he's decided to accelerate the score from here. And compact little player, Pavantha. These lefties are always graceful when they make their shots, or even when they defend, or when they drive on the offside or on the onside. They have got a grace in them.
Absolutely. It's always pleasing to watch a left-handed batsman or a batter play those cover drives. Gives you a different high. But you're right, absolutely wonderful to see.
We used to have a team called Lanka Lions way back in the 70s. Brilliant side they had, full of Sri Lankans. And they have won the Bukhatir League a few times in that era. They used to, full of passion. Again, there used to be a lot of supporters, and families used to come out and see. This time on the onside, flicked away for a single. So the Lankans have been very active as far as their cricket is concerned. And they play with a lot of passion, with a lot of enthusiasm. And then they play the cricket very seriously too.
So true. They love their sport. They love their music. And they're passionate about everything that they do. They're passionate about life in general.
This one plays it defensively, out in the offside. No run.
.138 on the board.
Salish has been a little expensive though. He's given away, he's bowling his 4th over for 28 runs.
Mazhar sir, the spinners have been really effective on this wicket. They've not given away a lot of runs. And from the figures that Salish has right now, it seems to be that it's easier to score runs when there's pace on offer.
I agree with you, Shoaib. This time again, up in the air.
And a very good catch by the skipper, Amar Badami. He takes a very, very difficult catch. It was in the air for a long, long time, but he's done well to hold it, and that's the big wicket of Pavantha.
Probably he bowled a little slow this time, and he thought of driving straight over the bowler's head again, like he did earlier, but takes a leading edge and a good catch by the youngster.
Well, yes, another wicket falls. Sri Lions lose their 5th. Half the team is back in the dugout. 138 for 5 now.
So Sri Lions are in trouble. They are 138 for 5 at the end of 29th over.
New batsman, Dhananjaya. They've got some depth in their batting, Mazhar sir. So they've still can get to a decent total if they apply themselves, gauge the conditions, because it's not easy and the spinners will have a big role to play.
But this wicket, I think even if they get 250 runs, they are going to give a tough call for the youngsters, because they must be also having some good spinners, the Sri Lions.
Absolutely. They've got some really test bowlers in their side. They've got, I think, Malinda has played tests for Sri Lanka.
Yes, you're right. Maybe I heard about it. That he's the ex former Sri Lanka Test cricketer. This time, plays it into the covers for a single. Dhananjay opens his account.
And they've got Aslam as well, who's a left-arm spinner, has captained the Kuwait side just recently in the qualifiers. Good ball, very good ball from Saad. So
Saad is back again from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end. This time floated delivery and well beaten. Aslam is more defensive. He knows I suppose he's just trying to settle down.
well, he knows that it's his responsibility now to get Sri Lions to a decent total.
Driven firmly into the mid-off region for a single.
I think Saad has to realize that his 5 overs are very crucial for Dubai Starlets, because if he can get a few more wickets with the wrist spin, they
Very
can.
well bowled. It's quite a tantalizing length he's bowling. And probably he's trying to bowl the Dusra also in that.
Yeah.
The googly.
Yes, he's got all the weapons in his arsenal. Oh, good delivery.
That's a good delivery. Very well bowled. Just maybe it's sliding away outside the off stump.
Well, that was very, very close, I reckon. I think he's lucky on that occasion.
Excellent delivery to end the over. Saad completes his 5. 1 for 24 now. And Sri Lions 140 for 5.
20 more overs to go. So if they had to regroup and re-strategize, they would be targeting at least another 100 runs. So if they can get to 250, that will be a very good score for Sri Lions to defend in the second innings. Last few days, Mazhar sir, we've seen some dew settle in as well. So it's not going to be easy for the spinners to grip the ball.
I agree with you, Shoaib, that, when dew comes in, then it's always difficult for this time cutaway. And they pick up 2. There's a fielder in the extra cover region.
So Mazhar sir, Bukhatir League, has it always been 50 overs? Or
No, Shoaib, we used to play in winters. There was a time when we used to play about 45 overs. The reason being was sunset was early. There were no lights there. So we used to close in by 5 o'clock in the evening. So start at about 9 o'clock and then finish by 5. And 45 overs was the total. This one goes back and plays it into a mid-wicket region. No fielder there. Nice shot by Aslam.
Very good shot. It was a half tracker. He read the line and the length quickly on that occasion and just pulled it towards the vacant mid-wicket area for 4 runs. Good looking shot.
Picked up well. Waited for that ball to come on and placed it intelligently.
So
Sailesh has been a bit wavery. He's already given 34 runs of 4.2 overs.
yes, again that fact that the ball is coming onto the bat nicely with the pace of Sailesh. He's not express quick, so batters can actually get some more time and try and hit the areas where they find gaps. This time will be called a wide. He's more of a swing bowler, Mazhar sir. We've seen him move the ball early on, He's got some important wickets right up at the top of the order. But at this pace, with the ball not doing too much, I don't think it's the right call from the skipper to persist with him.
I agree with you. I think he's given quite a few runs. Maybe they can try somebody else who can contain the batsman as well. This is the time to, this time.
Good fielding, very, very good fielding, Shrey.
Aslam wanted a single, but has been sent back by Dhananjay.
And right call, because Shrey was very quick on his feet. Look at that one-hand pickup. Very, very well done. Normally he's a good keeper behind the wickets. He's the man with the gloves, but today he's been given the responsibility of fielding at short covers.
No run, plays it into the point region.
Going back to the history of Bukhatir League, I find it really interesting that in 1975, when it was early days, not a lot of teams were actually playing 45, 50 overs. It was more about test cricket. And that is something really intriguing, that even at that time, you were playing 45 and 50 over cricket.
Exactly. And in those days, I think we had about 6 teams. They used to play a round-robin league. And then when gradually teams went up, so it became 8, 10, 12, 16. That's how, you know, it grew up. And there was always a team from Abu Dhabi Gymkhana, if I'm not mistaken. And then there was some corporate houses called Walikas, and they had a team there. And then the Dubai Bank had a team here, and so the Sharjah Club and the Lanka Lions. So these were the major teams which used to, participate in the Bukhatir League. End of the over. Sailesh completes his 5th over. Sri Lions are 148 for the loss of 5 wickets of 31.
So that is the innings so far. Some really good partnerships right at the top of the order. They played some really good shots. Varuna especially was absolutely magical when it came to the offside, but that was the first wicket to fall. Varuna playing that in the air, and Nilanj Keswani celebrating in his signature style. And since then, it has been a mix of some really good shots and also some really good bowling and some great catching as well. That one was definitely a catch which was dropped, but overall they did well to build and stitch a few partnerships. We are live again as in comes Saad, continuing from the Bukhatir end, and first ball they take an easy single.
That's 150 for the Sri Lions. 150 has come up with Aslam on 14 and Dhananjay on 1. And this one has been overpitched. And there's a fielder down there for a single. This one swept well. Again, good pickup by the youngster.
It was Ahan Fernandez. He's one of the best fielders in that side. Really good when it comes to outfield. You can place him anywhere and he'll give you his 200%.
Well, he went from the mid-wicket area to the square leg and picked up very well. Made sure that there was no boundary, and this one is dabbed down on the offside. No run. So Saad is trying to vary his deliveries. So far he's done well as a leg spinner. I thought he's just given away 29 runs. And this time again.
He's bowling a very good length, and he's also flighting the ball in the air. So that is allowing him to get some turn. And when you do that, you always have that slip fielder interested in the ball, because you're always anticipating a catch.
This one he goes back and cuts it nicely into the deep point region. A single to end the over. Nilansh is back after bowling his 6 overs, 1 for 25 from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end. The left arm spinner has done well in domestic cricket.
He's definitely waiting in the ranks to get to the next level. Promising young talent, great spinner, good with the bat as well. A good fielder as well. So complete package, Nilansh Keswani. And again, one of those homegrown talents.
It's true. This one up in the air. There's no fielder there, unfortunately. Lucky for the batsman.
I think it's a good plan to get that mid-wicket fielder inside, because the ball is turning away from the right-handed batter. He's expecting and he's pressurizing the batter to go across the line, and that's when you'll create that opportunity of a wicket.
He knows what he's doing. This time, a loud shout.
Well, clearly the impact was outside off. So not a difficult decision for the umpire, Imran Munir. There you go.
This one he dabs into the extra cover region for a single.
And what I like about Nilansh is that he's adapting to the conditions. He's normally a lot quicker when he's bowling, but with the pitch allowing some turn, he's bowling a lot slower in the air. This one has been played in the gap. The ball will reach the boundary ropes but will not cross it, because Surya Satish will cut that off.
That's a good fielding again. Good to see these youngsters throwing their body behind the ball and ensuring that the boundary is chopped.
Looks very close, but safe in the end.
A dot ball.
Just a gentle push towards point, and that will be the end of the over as well. 33 overs. Sri Lions are 159 for 5.
We are back again. Saath continues from the Bukhatir end. Aslam on 20 with 21 deliveries faced, and Dhananjay on 4. Sri Lions are 159 for the loss of 5 wickets at the end of 33.
Yes, Saad will continue. Flighted delivery played back to the bowler. A good, small but very important partnership between these two. 20 runs worth, and they'll have to build on this to get to a good total.
Well bowled, and Aslam tried to place it into the covers, but straight to the fielder, no run.
Nicely bowled, but this time Aslam manages to play it in the gap towards the cover sweeper.
good to see these boys are managed by former cricketers like Qais Farooq and his brother Salman Farooq. They themselves were UAE national cricketers, both the brothers. And nice to see them that they are taking care of this Dubai Cricket Council's team. And this one turns well and beaten Dhananjay.
Oh, that's a good delivery. A very, very good delivery. A delivery that every leg spinner will be proud of.
Excellent delivery. Oh, this time goes past the slip fielder. He's bowling at a tantalizing length and turning the ball as well.
Wouldn't be a bad idea to get another slip or a short gully in place.
Yeah, it's end of the over.
That was definitely in the gully. Get a little more aggressive, Amar Badami. Get another second slip or a gully just to pressure, just to put pressure on the batter. Meanwhile, that's the scorecard for Sri Lions. 46 from Suranga and 23 from Varuna. They started off well. They were almost around 90 runs with just one wicket of Varuna, but then there was a cluster of wickets in the middle. Isham, Pavanta and Malinda falling off in quick succession, and now there is a partnership between these two batters.
Nilansh Keswani continues from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end.
What is good to see, Mazhar sir, from Amar as a captain.
Oh, that's well taken. But his foot was, I thought, was rooted in.
Yes, I don't think the umpire is going upstairs. He thinks it's safe. So what Amar has done well is that he's kept that slip fielder on all throughout the overs. We are in the 35th over now, and we still have a slip fielder. That shows that there is something for the spinners in this wicket.
Oh. Excellent delivery again by Nilansh. Flighting the ball well, and Aslam wanted to heave it away on the mid-wicket region, missed it completely for the second time. Beaten up.
Well, Aslam is feeling the pressure right now. I feel that the pressure of dot balls. He's not able to rotate strike freely.
Tossed up again, played back to the bowler. Aslam seems to be getting a little fidgety.
Fidgety is the word. He's definitely itching for a big hit. There he goes. It's been played towards the mid-wicket. He finds the gap and he's played it really well from the meat of the bat. 6 runs.
He was trying these shots earlier, but I suppose Nilansh bowled better deliveries. This was right on in the slot to heave it away into the mid-wicket region. A lovely 6.
It's just a lot fuller on that occasion from Nilansh, and that allowed Aslam to tonk it towards mid-wicket.
Very well bowled again. Good comeback after being hit for a 6.
Yes, and well played by Aslam. After hitting that 6, normally you want to go for another one, but he was smart enough to just nudge it back.
He seems to be a mature player.
Just as you said that he's a mature player, he brings out the sweep, shuffles across, not in that position, but...
Full compliments to Nilansh.
Yes, he's done well to come back in that over. 35 overs have been bowled, 168 for 5. And it's going to be a dual change in the com box. It's going to be Nishant and Asim to take you through for the next few overs.
Thank you very much, Shoaib, and of course, always great to have Khan Saab in the comm box as well. A lot of insights about the history of this league. His role as a player here, then administrator, also journalist, multiple roles, multiple hats. Brilliant delivery by Saad. Dhananjaya is like a cat on a hot tin roof there. Welcome back, Asim.
Well, he's definitely testing the batters here, going through their defense, turning the ball square. This is a good sign here coming in. And now, look at this, bowling at those tight areas. Batsman having no clue whatsoever, not even close to the ball.
And now he goes straight back past the bowler. That's a clean hit. And it's gone all the way.
Look at the response here coming in from the batter. Dhananjaya says, I had enough of it. I need to go after the bowling.
Lovely shot that. Got right under it and hit it straight over the top of the bowler's head.
Well, timed it so beautifully there. It was 6 the moment it left his bat. Saad was troubled the bowlers, and that has been the spinners, leg spinners especially. They get hit for runs, but they always entice the batters and bring in those opportunities. We saw how Malinda Pushpakumara was actually lured into that that flight, forced drive there. You get catch to Punya Mehra in the slip cordon.
As Malinda had been hanging around big time in the previous games. That's interesting. One of the DCC team members is walking in with the box of balls.
Well, multiple rolls out here. And look at that shot. Played straight over the side screen. You can't hit straighter than that.
It's the reason why the DCC Starlet substitute got the box of balls is because our man Friday of the ground, Gopi, is busy making sure the dew doesn't trouble the view from the comm box.
Well, wearing multiple hats at the same moment there.
Although he's wearing none. Well bowled and nicely played. Just ensuring that he plays it with soft hands so it doesn't carry to the fielder there. Dot ball.
Well, that reminds me of the day's cricket wherein the bowlers who bowl those body line deliveries, and the batters usually are forced to play with those soft hands so that when they the ball, again an action replay, but result will be different. Ammar Badami takes the catch. Went it for that same shot, tempted for it. Almost an action replay except for the result.
Yes, and the result was different because he didn't hit it as straight as the last time. So that is the end of Dhananjaya. He departs for 12 of 17. It's 174 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Excellent delivery there from Nilansh Keswani. Now, 2 there for Saad Abdullah. Now, that's how you make a statement when you're given a chance in the side.
Pushed away there, will pick up a single. Good running between the wickets there.
So Sasika is the new man in. Nilansh, who's into his 9th over. He's picked up 1 wicket, that too of Varuna Pereira, who's looking dangerous. Getting himself going there in terms of the flow. But here, at this stage, 36.2. Sri Lions, I think they are slightly on the back foot here.
Well, that would have been interesting. Not to be, as they've lost 6 wickets. Somehow that has been the trend in this tournament. Teams have just not managed to keep wickets in hand going into the back 10.
Well, I think Karwan has laid down that example in front of the teams that how important it is. It might look a bit boring in terms of the approach when you're watching the game as a viewer, but you know eventually it's all about in the interest of finding the result in your favor. And that's what Mozam Hayat specifically was doing, and just aligning on the message of the captain there that come what may, you are not supposed to get out.
And it made sense for them. Didn't make sense in that previous game, but made complete sense in that last game.
Well, I think when you are under 6 and over, when you're starting a 50 overs game, you probably have that slightest of chances when you can slow things down and then catch up as the game progresses. And that can only happen when you have wickets in hand. Now, having said that, there can be scenarios wherein Mozam Hayat has faced, or probably any other player, let's not talk about Mozam for that matter, but any player in that situation gets out by facing those 70 odd deliveries and getting out for like 28, 30, 35, giving a wicket away. Imagine the situation after that. It completely goes against your plan.
That is why it's that big a risk. 37 overs bowled, 178 for 6.
Another good shot there. Almost improvising to the full is there. Aslam getting on one knee and scooping the spinner towards the fine leg. Saad Abdullah, he's continuing here, no surprises whatsoever. He's into his 9th. The bowler has completed his 9 overs from the other end and he's bowled really well here. Well, stretch there coming in from Aslam, and I think he has definitely stretched his glutes for sure. Look at the amount of turn there, carrying to the wicket first slip.
I just have a feeling that Sri Lions will be licking their lips. They will probably be telling their batsmen right now, do whatever, push along, get to 250. And then the spinners can come into play.
And I think, you know, coming in from that part of the world where dew cannot be an excuse, and you're used to bowling in those dew conditions, it's just about a fight between the rest of the spinners that who bowls better.
They're looking for that magic delivery there, Saad. Not quite getting the amount of turn he desired. .42 for the loss of 2 wickets. In fact, 2 for 42, his figures, beg your pardon. He's in his 9th over. Well tossed up. Outside edge. And I think Punya was a little slow to react there.
Absolutely, and on top of it, there was some deviation coming in through from the wicketkeeper's gloves as well. If we closely keep an eye on what exactly happened, well, umpire signals it's off the bat. Definitely that half chance. Usually the first slip fielder, when it comes so close to the gloves, you actually are blinded. You can only see the ball after it crosses the wicketkeeper.
And it's also very instinctive of the wicketkeeper to actually take his gloves in the direction of the ball. You cannot stop that. You cannot say that, okay, that's going to the first slip, I'll not touch it. Especially when spinners are bowling. To a fast bowler, maybe yes. But when a spinner is bowling, it's very instinctive to take the gloves outside the off stump.
That's a natural movement that goes along just in the direction of where the ball is going to finish. And any keeper, for that matter, would want it to finish in his gloves. Nonetheless, 38 overs gone with 15 extras. Sri Lions are 184 for 6. So the next 2 overs will be the final overs of 2 bowlers here. One Nilansh Keswani, who's into his 10th, the final one, and the one after that, unless the captain has any other plans, will be bowled by Saad Abdullah. Full toss delivery, missing it completely.
Or did he? I thought there was bat involved. Yes, off the bat.
I said what I meant was didn't get enough connection to deposit it in the stands.
Oh yes, that's what he wanted.
Getting that thick inside edge.
Aslam shuffles across a long way. He's trying to counter the turn by shuffling across, and Nilansh doing the right thing by just following him a little bit.
And one thing I did not, which I don't like about the spinners, that when they are improvising on their line, and when they have that slightest of doubts whether the ball is a wide one, they would actually turn back and look at the umpire. I mean, why would you want to do that?
That's pretty much a giveaway that you've got it wrong. You've not maintained the line.
Or maybe it's a question that he's asking to the umpire, sir, will you give it a bite?
Slapped through the offside this time with the turn single again. What a spell this has been of Nilansh. On another day, he could have easily picked up 3-4 wickets here. And imagine had he managed to do that, Sri Lions would have been struggling.
Well, just getting a bit too full there on that occasion. A dot ball here. Final delivery of a spell here. Nilansh Keswani. Have to wait and see if come up with a magic delivery here. Not a magic delivery though, but a magical shot here coming in from Aslam, improvising, and a reverse slap from Aslam. 39 overs gone here. Sri Lions, look at that. Slightly shorter in length and premeditating that shot, and comes on to 191 for 6 after 39.
So then last over for Saad now as well. And Sasika has gone over mid-wicket. And he has launched this one for 6.
That's a big one there. Into his arc and out of the park. Keeping the eye on the ball right till the end. I think it's a good ploy here coming in from Saad. I think he missed his length a bit, but tossing it up in the air, finding that opportunity of picking up a wicket, you got to be doing that. I think the captain needs to back him here. Keep giving him that loop, but just at the right spots. It was on the roof there.
Yes, time to get the ball then. So Saad going for the 6. That previous delivery from Sasika. Nice strike. Now Aslam on strike. Oh, turn. Was there bat involved? Don't think so. Don't think so, really.
Look at the amount of turn that he's extracting from the surface there. And I think one of the main reasons why they're keeping the slip fielder is to tackle those deliveries which the batsmen are beating. Again, a reverse slap there coming in from Aslam. It's not even a sweep. It's a reverse pull.
With Aslam inching towards the 200-run mark. He's got 189 runs.
Well, that's the beauty about getting a big score at the beginning of the tournament. Always keeps you in the race for that leading run scorer. Meanwhile, end of 40 overs here.
The reverse sweep goes wrong. 202 for 6. Dropped.
It was hit firm, but these opportunities, you need to take them. Now, this can be the difference between a 240 and a 260. In fact, even 280.
Listen, Sasika has been good. He's looked like someone who can hit the big shot. And now, I don't know, why has the mid-on been asked to push back?
Well, I think they are giving in due consideration to the fact that Sasika backs his power hitting abilities. And, you know, usually with batters coming in at this position, tend to go in that direction.
But why after the drop chance you want to push your fielder back?
Well, the only thing is that this time he did not time it well. Maybe the other time when he goes downtown, he might get that adequate connection there. I think that I couldn't find any other reason apart from that.
I think sometimes it's just an instinctive move by the captain to just move around the fielder who has dropped a catch. Down the leg side, appeal, Aslam walks. And this is a big wicket. Surya has come up with a brilliant spell here, very silently, has picked up 3 wickets. And Aslam's wicket is key here.
Absolutely. Gliding it, and he did not even look back. He did not even look back. What the umpire is going to call that. Usually at this stage, batters, they wait for the decision of the umpire. Not to be so as far as Aslam is concerned. He's walking back for 41. And Sri Lions are in trouble here. 2-0, 3 for 7.
Slow delivery this time, outside the off. Some wide called. Another extra added to the tally then.
Sumudu, the new batsman. And a lot of changes here coming in the Sri Lions lineup. And I think pretty obvious ones because of the fact that, you know, they want to understand what combination would be the right one when going into the quarterfinals. They already have a win against IGM. And here, 41st over here. Sumudu Asanka Fernando. We're not surprised with those long Sri Lankan names.
Not at all. Shortish delivery has gone for the hook. Will pick up a single. Been used to the long Sri Lankan names right from the time of Varna Kulaseria, Patta Bendinge, Ushanta Chaminda Joseph Vas.
I was about to say that. It's going to be one of the toughest names to pronounce at once go.
Oh, there is a tougher one. There was a left-arm seamer called Chanaka Velegedra. His name is probably longer.
Well, I really do not want to get into the details of it and forget my name. 41 overs gone, 205 for 7.
Interesting, 42nd over. And Punya is introduced into the attack. Nicely defended. There is a dot ball. Yes, I was talking about Chanaka Velagedra's name. So it's Uda Vallave Mahim Bandra Lage Chanaka Asanka Velagedra.
Well, I think by the time you complete that name, pronounce it, Jadeja might finish off as one of his overs in T20 cricket or Test cricket. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Quite possible. It's 3 dot balls for Punya to start with. Good that he's bowling to Asanka here. Shortish this time, flicked away from outside the off stump. They'll pick up a single.
Well, the era that you touched with that name, Chamandavas, while playing it backward of point there. Couple of runs here added to the tally. Now that team, that Sri Lankan team of that era was that challenging one that has challenged all the good teams in that, playing in that era. Talk about India, talk about Pakistan in that prime 90s era, talk about South Africa, talk about Australia, every possible team. They've come up challenged. I think one of the reasons why they were the champions in the 96.
42 overs bowled, 208 for 7. Sumudu on strike, couple of runs scored there. Well bowled by Surya. So looks like Surya here will bowl his entire quota if Sri Lanka Sri Lions bat 50 overs.
And I think he's been the most impressive of all, considering the 100 overs that were played yesterday versus the 42 overs that have been bowled today. I think one of the most effective fast bowlers, I would say. And you'll get effective only when you are smart enough to vary your pace. That is very crucial, especially on a track like this, when there's been a lot on offer for the spinners. And as a fast bowler, you got to be varying your pace. That's one of the reasons why he got the wicket of the opener.
Yes, and he has done well. And, figures speak for what he has done. Oh, big swing and a miss. Again, that change in pace that you're talking about, Asim, coming into play. Jiju Janardhanan bowled very well yesterday, but just get a feeling that he probably was very pertinent with his line and length. Very persistent, beg your pardon. He just didn't vary things, mix things up a lot.
Coming down the track, driving it. Now, I am not at all against that line and length. What I'm against is about the pace that you're offering to the batters. Vary around that. That's where the batters get confused. I have those shots played a bit too earlier with those slower ones. And that makes the difference. And that's quality of a good bowler to assess the conditions really quickly, what the wicket has to offer for you.
Excellent. This time he drops it short, taking the batsman by surprise. Excellent over. 43 ball, 2-1-1 for 7. That is a lovely shot this time. Goes over the top and finds a boundary here. Sasika getting another boundary. That was a cracking shot.
I think playing straight has paid dividend for the batters here. Giving himself that extra room, and Punya firing it with that extra pace. Sasika batting on 21 of 22 deliveries here. They have to bat the entire 50 overs here.
Clipped away this time. Will pick up a quick single.
Very unusual way of playing it on the onside.
Couple of deliveries remaining in this over. On the stumps this time. Flicked away. Should be a comfortable single. Punya has been very smart with the ball. I think he should have bowled a little earlier maybe.
I think that's one of the reasons I was emphasizing that he could have been that probable option in the power play. When with that new shine on the ball, he could have got that ball drift in the air. That could have made the difference. Nonetheless, 44 gone here. Sri Lions 2-1-8 for 7. A single taken here of first ball. Excellent delivery, excellent consistent bowling here by Surya. And played upish, played it straight, and that's gone for half a dozen. So power hitting here of the bat of Sasika. This is good shot. Excellent hitting here from Sasika, and joining me in the comm box is Shoaib as Nishant takes a short break.
Good evening, Asim. Good evening to all our viewers all around the globe.
Some rear guard action coming in from Sri Lions. And they are accelerating just at the right moment, Asim.
Well, they need these runs here. 34 deliveries to go after this. And even if they focus at getting runner ball from here on, which can actually push another 40 odd runs. We are talking about 164, 65. And name that shot, Shoaib.
Well, difficult. But it was a kind of a cut shot. Nowadays, it's our jobs are getting difficult, Asim.
Well, with these shots coming in, it's the most difficult thing to do. Come up with new names.
Well, he's got that one run. Banging in shot again from Surya. Well, I think they need to think and bowl these next 5 overs. If you're going to bowl and persist with your fast bowlers, the idea should be to go the traditional way. It's death overs in progress. So you bowl your best ball, and that is a Yorker.
Well, anything full, you might err in the length, which is where you can, go leak in runs. What has been the key here for Surya in his last 8 overs is that he's been varying with his pace by bowling slightly shorter. And that's where he's picked up all the 3 wickets. So he's backing his abilities where he has been successful. And that's one of the things. On the previous occasion there, it was a Yorker, as Shoaib predicted. You have the octopus in the com box here. We'll talk about that. 45 overs gone, 228 for 7. Punya has been tonked towards the cow's corner. This is poor delivery there, bowling into his zone. And Sasika, look at that, the power that he generates.
Beautiful shot, full swing of the bat right from the meat. It was 6 on any ground. And I did not know that Punya Mehra is a death bowler until tonight.
Darting in, I think he was just trying that sort of a length earlier, just missing it marginally. And that is the margin that Sasika is actually looking for.
Punya is a very handy off-spinner. We've seen him bowl. I wonder why he was not used in the middle overs.
Once again, playing it straight, flat batted and boundary here. So 10 runs already of this over. And this is what I was saying there, Shoaib. He could have been that option who could have drifted the ball in the air. If he could have saved Harshit Seth's over, he could have been that option he could have used.
Especially when they were getting those wickets, they could have used a few overs from Punya Mehra. You need to plan ahead, but I think here Amar has missed a trick, and now what you see is Punya Mehra playing the role of a death bowler, which is a little too much to expect. I hope he performs, but I think it's going to be very difficult.
Well, if you're a regular bowler, it's fine, but if you're a part-timer, it becomes really difficult to dart in those Yorkers at this stage.
I don't think Punya will like you calling him a part-time bowler. I'm sure he'll feel that he's a good full-time off-spinner.
Well, I really can't say anything about this. A bowler coming in at the 40-over mark, an off-spinner, and into his third, completing just his 3rd over. I think he's not the go-to option for the captain.
Well, he's doing a La Rohan Mustafa here. We've seen him bowl in the death, 46 overs. That's the scorecard. A lot of those batters actually got starts at the top. 23, 24, 46. But yeah, it's Punya Mehra who's actually
been given that task of bowling in the death. And what he's trying to do is what we've seen Rohan Mustafa do over years. Come in at the fag end of the innings and dart those Yorkers in. Surya Satish, 2 more overs to go, so he'll definitely be bowling his full quota of 10 tonight, the 47th and the 49th. How he plans those 2 overs is going to be key, because he's got 3. He's got the opportunity to make it a 5-wicket haul, but has to bowl sensibly.
Now we talk about sense, and then that's fired down the leg side for a wide. He'll have to re-bowl. He'll have to restart this over again. 4 more overs to go. I think Sri Lions would be looking at somewhere around in excess of 275 at least.
Short ball pulled and in the gap. I don't think this plan is going to work against Sumudu, because he's expecting that ball. That's a cracking shot and he'll get 4.
I mean, Shoaib, it is very evident now that he's going to be bowling at that sort of a length, because he was successful earlier. So the batsmen are pretty alert and staying on that back foot, generating that power. You have to be really smart enough to tackle it in a better way. Have those cutters in place outside the off stump, use those rough areas.
Edged and missed by the keeper. A chance there for Surya. This time he bowled full, but the result is going to be the same. Back-to-back boundaries for Sumudu.
Late reactions there from Tanish Suri. I think there is something that he's lacking in his basics there, Tanish. That's what myself and Mazhar sir, we were discussing about that. It's the fact that he has this tendency of walking towards the stumps, which technically is not the right approach towards wicket keeping. You can't be walking towards your stance. That trigger movement I'm referring to.
Well, yes, I'm definitely no expert in wicket keeping, so I'd like to sit on the fence on that. But we've seen a few keepers do that, Asim. They start, they come to the mark, and I think it's like a trigger movement for the batters. They do a slight shuffle sometimes, but I have no clue if that can have a negative impact on your wicket keeping. You're the better person to address that.
Meanwhile, we'll talk about that. Played upish, 1 bounce and a boundary here. So these are important runs which are being leaked here by the bowlers of DCC Starlets. And that brings up 250 here for Sri Lions.
Well, clearly they've taken a liking to Surya Satish. Yes, he's got 3 wickets, but I still don't see those Yorkers coming in. We've seen the spinner bowling Yorkers, and we are seeing the fast bowler bowling length deliveries in the death overs. I don't really understand the strategy here.
Well, there are certain fast bowlers who really can't hit the Yorker length. If you talk about Manpreet Singh for that matter, he really does not hit the Yorker length. Have to wait and see if he can get that. Now you really can't say that was a Yorker. It was half volley. Sure, the batsman yorked himself with that initial movement.
Well, I would at least want him to try bowling those Yorkers. If he gets runs, if he leaks runs on a Yorker, you are playing to a plan which might help you, and you still leak runs. That's a different scenario altogether. But it's a tried and tested formula. Surya Satish, he's a young, promising bowler. Slower delivery, nicely bowled, chipped towards the cover sweeper. Will get a run, and another expensive over from Surya Satish comes to an end. 47 gone, 254 for 7. Good ball, very good ball from Sailesh. Now he's trying to target the stumps. I think that's a better plan.
But still, the point remains the same, that it's still a length delivery, or maybe this was even an over-pitched one.
Yeah, coming back to our conversation about Punya Mehra. So definitely he's not a dead bowler. He's not bowling the 48th over of the game. So he was just used to fill in those overs. I think they could have used him in the middle overs. That's a length delivery played straight down the ground. No chance for any fielder whatsoever. He's just going to collect that from the stands. Beautiful hit from Sumudu. He's looking dangerous. And Sri Lions get to 260 with that 6.
Look at that, straight, and that has been the key here. Maximum runs have been scored out of those that area, I would say. Side screen, safe. And Sumudu moves on to 25 of 19 with the help of that 6.
Well, I think, and I could be completely wrong, but we'll have to wait to find out. I think this is a very good score for Sri Lions, 260. They've still got another 2.5 overs. Another shot, this time over the third fielder. And the ball will race away towards another boundary. So 10 runs of the first 2 deliveries. And Sumudu is enjoying his time out there in the middle.
And look at that. First one was carved. I mean, hammered straight down the ground, and this was carved towards the third man, opening the face of the bat. 264 for 7. And they've upped their run rate. I think they've played really well here. Look at the partnership worth 61 runs.
Going for the Yorker. This is good bowling from Sailesh. A low full toss is any day accepted than a juicy half volley. So try and focus on that length, and that might just work in Dubai Starlets' favour. Has been expensive, Sailesh, all throughout his spell. Almost around 8 runs and over. Get those Yorkers right, my friend.
Sticks to the plan of cutting the pace. And had Sasika got some room there, he would have smashed him out of the park. I think lucky enough, I'd say, Sailesh, just closer to his body.
I think the change of pace did the trick, because he was ready for the regulation delivery. But because it was slower, he had to wait that 1 more second. And that's where he checked his shot at the last moment. That's, again, a good delivery, low full toss. Just will get a single. 48 overs gone. Sri Lions 267 for 7.
Surya into his final over. And he strikes. Number 4th for Surya. And Sumudu, who was trying to improvise, playing that scoop, he departs. Number 4th casualty here for Surya. Look at that.
Well, he was so good when he was playing straight down the ground. And he tries a shot out of the blue. Surya hits the target. He hits the bullseye. And Sumudu has to walk back. Good entertaining innings from Sumudu. Fernando comes to an end. 31 of 23. Surya gets his 4th. 267 for 8 now.
Vikum Bandara is the new man. And first ball, what a way to get off the mark. Got 2 back-to-back sixes against IGM, and this is how he announces his arrival there.
Well, a juicy half volley from Surya in the slot. But that was a really good shot because he had to come underneath the ball and play that. Did well to place it in the gap as well. Vikum can bat, we all know that.
Coming in on the very first ball, timing it, middling it to perfection. I think up in the air, and it stays in the air out of the park. Vikum gets a 6 of the second ball. He's got 10 in 2.
Well, a juicy full toss again to somebody like Vikum who can hit the ball really well. That was again in the slot, and he just clears his front leg, plays it over cow corner for 6. Now Surya, as a bowler, should realize that he's not going to stop. He's going to go and hit every delivery. A slower delivery at a good length on the stumps can do the trick.
Slower delivery there, and Punya Mehra makes no mistake. That's fifer for Surya. An ideal platform to get a fifer there.
Very well bowled. Well deserved 5-wicket haul. And a good catch from Punya Mehra under pressure. So Vikum, stay in the middle is a very short one. He scored 10 runs of 3 deliveries. And the score is 275 for 9. Goes for the Yorker, big appeal, big appeal. The umpire says no, not out. But that's another good delivery. So Surya, when he's bowled well, he's bowled exceptionally well. And sometimes he just gives you that loose delivery. That was a very, very good Yorker, effective Yorker. Just missing the stumps.
Well, a good delivery there, right in the block hole. And when you can hit those channels, I think that should be the go-to delivery in the final overs. Excellent delivery. Another low full toss there. Just a single to finish that spell. Tad expensive there. 66 in his 10 overs. But what matters is those 5 scalps that he's got here. 49 overs gone. Sri Lions 278. 276. I beg your pardon?
Starts off with a short ball played towards long on, will only be a single. Sasika moves on to 48.
No, I think if Sri Lions go down and win this by a margin of 10, 15 or 20 runs, I think this knock from Sasika will be that difference maker.
Absolutely, coming down the order, scoring 47 quick fire runs in 39 deliveries. Definitely a momentum changer in the game. He's definitely got that momentum in their favor in the first innings.
Absolutely, they were right on top of the game there, DCC Starlets, at keeping them down, keeping them quiet at 201 for 7. And then that partnership between Sumudu and Sasika pulled things back in favor of Sri Lions.
Well played by number 11, Vimukti. He looks like a good batter as well. And the mission has to be to just give the strike to Sasika.
Well, if there was a team that was made of all number 11s, he might go open.
Well, definitely looks like a better number 11 compared to the other teams. Normally you have a number 11 who's a fast bowler, who's hardly held the bat. But Vimukti looks like he can bat because that was a good shot towards the cover sweeper. Meanwhile, focus on Sasika, who's on 48. Steps down, will only get a single. Good bowling. He followed the batter there, Sailesh.
I think on a couple of occasions that we've seen, 3 if not more, that Sasika stepping down the track, premeditating and yorking himself. Had he stayed in the ground, those would have been over-pitch deliveries.
I think there's nothing wrong in stepping down. It's just that the timing of you using your feet has to be after the ball is bowled. If you can do that, what you can achieve is you can get in the line of the ball and then hit wherever you want it to be hit. That's another good delivery. I think this is a very good over in progress from Sailesh. He's getting those yorkers right.
Absolutely. 2 more balls to go. The penultimate delivery of this innings here. Just 4 runs of those 4 deliveries here. Shoaib, excellent over as far as the situation is concerned here. 2 more balls to go. Short delivery and just playing it a bit too early. And that will bring Sasika on strike. He's batting on 49. 282 for 9 here.
1 more delivery to go. This could be a perfect ending of the innings for Sri Lions and Sasika. He's just 1 run away. Can he finish off in style? Can he get those big hits coming out? Interesting.
A 50 with a 6.
Oh, yes.
And yes, it is. That's what the doctor ordered. And that was what was delivered there by Sasika. What a knock here. Top knock.
Well, take a bow, Sasika. That has been a special knock. Under pressure, coming in a sticky situation and steering your team from a situation that could have been less forgiving. He's brought them into a commanding position. What a good shot to play on the last ball of the innings. Keep calm and hit a 6. That is what Sasika has done.
Well, top knock here from Sasika. Managed to get them to 288 and exactly the same score that was there last night on the same wicket. And this is what the batting card says here. Varuna Perera started off the innings there, 23 of 31. Suranga, 46 of 67. Isham, 26. Pavanta, 22 of 20. Malinda, the only batter there in the top 7 to get out in a single digit. Aslam scored 41 of 43. Dhananjaya, 12 of 17. And the only man to score a half century in this 288 run is Sasika, 55 of 42. Sumudu, handy knock of 31 of 23. Vikum with that cameo of 10 of 3. And Vimukti remain unbeaten there, 1 of 3. With 18 extras, 288 for 9 is what Sri Lions have managed to score in their 50 overs.
Well, that's the bowling card for DCC Starlets. Pick of the bowlers, of course, Surya Satish, 10 overs. 66, but he got those 5 wickets and bowled well for the most part of the spell, but just a tad bit expensive in the end. Also getting wickets was Saad, who bowled really well, got some turn. 2 wickets for him, a wicket for Sailesh and Nilansh. 18 extras in the innings, and that has helped Sri Lions to get to a very, very good score, a commanding score of 288.
Well, let's quickly look at the highlights there of the first innings. Some top quality shots have been played there by Varuna Pereira and Suranga. They came down to open after being invited to bat first on this track. They came out positively in approach. Both these batters, some opportunities there coming through. Could have been that relay catch. That was the end of Varuna Pereira getting that leading edge, resulting in the wicket and that typical Nilansh Keswani celebration. And an opportunity there put down by Shrey. There was that handy partnership which came through between Isham Ghosh and Suranga. Surprised with that. Pulled away, yet another good catch coming in from Karan Dhiman. Same duo coming into action. This was Malinda Pushpakumara, was sent back. The captain, stand-in captain there for Sri Lions today, in absence of Prashad Kumara. Pawanda looked really positive with his approach here. Played in at a strike rate of in excess of 100. However, just carried away with that sort of a length that was offered. Then Aslam coming to the act, playing those excellent shots all around. And that was one of those best ones of the lot. Tried to replicate that, but handed straight to the captain Amar Badami.
Well, some really innovative shots from the Sri Lankan batters. The key was they had some really good depth in their batting. They believed in themselves and made sure that the runs were coming thick and fast. That was another wicket for the 5-wicket haul bowler Surya Satish. He went for some runs straight down the ground. Punya was given a few overs, and in the end, that was another chance. Gone begging, some really good shots in the end. That was another beautiful shot straight down the ground, getting some edges. A poor shot selection there. And in the end, Vikum getting a few big hits before he fell towards that long off. That was the 4th wicket for Surya Satish. And that is how the innings ended in grand style. Sasika getting that 50 with the 6.
Now I'll have to wait and watch. 289 to chase in the 50 overs. And the required run rate for DC Starlets when they come out to bat will be 5.78. We'll take a quick short dinner break and then we'll be back with the run chase live from Sharjah Cricket Stadium.
Right then, that is how things panned out as the innings of Sri Lions folded out. Welcome back after the break. Sasika is the stunning half century of just 42 deliveries, ensuring that they get to 288 for 9. There were contributions at the top from Varuna, Isham, Pavanta, 40s from Suranga and Aslam. And of course, Sumudu getting 31 of 23 and taking the total to where it reached. As far as the bowling was concerned for DCC Starlets, well, the pick of the bowlers there was Surya. Went for a few runs towards the end, but 5 for 66 in his 10. 2 wickets for Saad. A wicket apiece for Sailesh and Nilansh. Harshit Seth was very economical as well. The target right now for DCC Starlets is 289. In the allotted 50 overs, a required rate of 5.78. You have to be careful when that is the required rate, because if you don't keep up with it, a couple of good overs here and there, and that required rate can go in excess of a run a ball very quickly. Alongside me in the comm box to start proceedings is Shoaib. Well, welcome back, Shoaib. Of course, yesterday we saw a run chase which was pretty much similar. And, of course, the approach from Karwan was very different as well. They decided to hold on to the wickets up front and then go for the attack towards the end. What do you think DCC Starlets is going to do?
Thank you, Nishant. Good evening, everyone. Well, yes, the chase was definitely possible, and we saw that Karwan batted really well. But for DCC Starlets, the challenge is going to be the bowling of Sri Lions. It's going to be a stiff challenge, and how they cope with that is something that has to be seen. It's not going to be a walk in the park, that's for sure. They'll have to apply themselves. They'll have to make sure they get to a good start in the power play, do not lose too many wickets. So a tall task in front of them, not impossible, but they'll have to really bat well and apply themselves to get to that score of 289.
So Tanish Suri is going to take first strike. Shrey is at the non-striker's end. Starting proceedings for Sri Lions is Vikum. He's bowling with a slip. And he starts off with the delivery down the leg side. First runs on the board.
Well, a loosener from Vikum. They're coming out of a break, and first ball, just spraying it down the leg side. We are live from Sharjah Cricket Stadium. This is the 47th Bukhatir League 2022 edition. And we are witnessing a game between an experienced side of Sri Lions and the youth of Dubai Starlets. Nicely played, some movement in the air for Vikum. Tanish was very watchful on that delivery. And good to see a short leg in place for Tanish. I think that's a good plan, good ploy. Expect a short delivery coming anytime soon.
It's 3 matches, 3 wickets for him. The economy rate of 6.56. Goes for the pull, top edge. Lands short of the fielder there, and he fumbles. That will be 4. So Tanish is off the mark, and just as you said about bowling short, here he goes.
Well, a good short delivery, pulled, but was not in great position, Tanish. And I think the fielder there was in 2 minds whether to go for the catch or stop the boundary. He does neither. 5 runs on the board for Dubai Starlets. Tanish is off the mark with the boundary.
Right up there this time. That has been pushed down the ground. Very nicely done. Won't quite reach the fence. They'll pick up a single. That'll bring Shrey on strike.
Yes, 2 young stars opening the batting for Dubai Starlets, and this is going to be a test for both these batters because Sri Lions have got some really good bowling. He's just checking with his partner if there is some movement in the air.
Shortish delivery this time. Just tries to get on top of the bounce there and fend it off. Vikum is an aggressive bowler. Likes to bowl the heavy ball, keep it tidy. And that is why sometimes he can go for runs as well. Watchfully defended this time. And that is a dot ball.
Has been a good over so far from Vikum. Has mixed it up nicely, some fuller deliveries and then a short ball as well. And that's the length delivery, so he's mixing it up.
Yes, you know, there's Sri Lions playing. You can always expect a little bit of a crowd. Another defensive prod there will be the end of the over. 6 without loss after 1. So Sumudu Asanka Fernando to share the new ball. Pushed away there. That is going to be a dot ball. So Tanish batting on 5 of 4. Shrey yet to get off the mark. Target of 289. Short ball pulled. Nicely struck by Tanish. Into the gap for 4. That was a good shot. Just a fraction short there. Tanish did the right thing, pouncing on that one. Not very pacey, Sumudu. Nicely defended. Another dot ball.
It's just gentle, medium pace, but he's got the ability to move the ball, and that is what is needed. Reminds you of a West Indian bowler.
Pedro Collins.
Pedro Collins was definitely a little more quicker than what Sumudu is. I was thinking of Krishmar Santoki.
Santoki, yes. Ian Bradshaw was there as well.
Yes. He's bowling at the right length. He's not very quick, but when you bowl in those good length areas, it's difficult to score runs. Very consistent so far.
Last ball of the first over from Sumudu here. Defends it again. That'll be the dot ball to finish the over. 2 overs bowled, 10 without loss.
So Vikum continues. Nicely punched towards covers. They'll get a single. And that will help Shrey get off the mark. 11 on the board after 2.1 overs, chasing a target of 289. They will have to score at least at a strike rate of 100. So they should target 60 in the first 10 overs.
That's chipped away. And did that carry?
Well, the expressions definitely say that it did carry, and you can see Suranga immediately coming to talk to the youngster. That was played in the air, just falling short. Just falling short of the fielder at mid-on.
Yes, Vikum there is quick. It's a bit of a surprise that it didn't carry. That will be wide, and 5 of them.
Well, an early Christmas gift for Dubai Starlets from Vikum. That one was sprayed down the leg side. The keeper couldn't collect it. So 5 easy runs gifted by Vikum to Dubai Starlets. They'll take that.
Off the leading edge this time. Straight to the fielder though. So Tanish batting on 9 of 11. Shortish delivery this time. Very early into the shot there. That is why misses it.
There was a change of pace from Vikum. And as of now, Dubai Starlets will be happy with the start. They've got 16 runs on the board. 6 of them coming in the form of extras. That is something that Sri Lions will want to control. Again, another fuller delivery. Played it straight back to the bowler, Tanish.
So last ball of the over. Tanish batting on 9 of 13. Slow delivery this time, that has been defended. End of the over, 3 bowled, 16 without loss.
Sumudu continues to get that angle across the right-handed Shrey. So initially I thought there would be some movement for Sumudu, but not too much movement in the air.
Yes, and at the pace with which he's bowling, if he doesn't get some movement going, I don't think the batters will find him very troublesome.
Exactly, and I think that is an opportunity for both these batters to try and get some runs quickly. With the field restrictions on, he's only got 2 fielders outside. There's a deep third and a square leg in place. So if they can just clear the infield, they might get a few runs. This time he's played that straight down the ground, chase for the fielder. Hasn't timed it too well. Also not a lot of pace on offer from Sumudu. So they'll get a couple of runs added to the total.
Just a gentle push there, managed to beat the fielder at mid-off. Got a couple. DCC have gotten off to a risk-free start here. Of course, the wides from Wickham have helped. Nicely played, straight to the fielder at point. Dot ball.
Well, yes, nothing extraordinary that has been seen from these two batters. They are just playing on the merit of the ball, happy to just defend as of now.
Last ball of Sumudu's second over, barring that one short ball where he was pulled for 4. He has kept it tidy. Flicked away for a single. 4 overs bowled, 19 without loss.
Vikum continues from the Bukhatir end. Good fielding, very good fielding from Malinda. Good collect, good pick up. Was quick on his feet. Had he missed that, that would have been at least a couple, if not more. So well done, Malinda.
Tanish batting on 9 of 14. And both batsmen trying to just hang around there. Vikum is getting a little bit of movement. They're just beating the outside edge. And again, this time I think there is an edge. Yes, there is. And the catch will be taken. First wicket here. And the movement that Vikum is getting does the job. So then, Sri Lions striking early. As Tanish Suri departs for 9 of 16. So Han Fernandez, the left-hand batter, comes in. Vikum. And an excellent delivery there, back of a length. Very well bowled.
Yes, very well played by Ahan as well. Just was on the back foot, waited and played it right under his eyes. That's a good technique, played close to your body. There is a slip in place and a gully for Ahan Fernandez. Another good delivery, very well bowled. Looking for that gap between bat and pad is Vikum. As the ball just sharply comes in. But Ahan has got a very strong technique. And we've seen him that he likes this longer format. He likes to settle himself in. So this is a great platform for Ahan to score some runs for himself and for his side.
Again coming back in. Getting it on the belly. And that is another dot ball, not belly, around the box. 5 overs bowled, 20 for 1. And looks like he's in a bit of trouble there. That was flicked away. He made the save and was immediately down. Bad landing. Oh, I think he landed on the ball there.
Well, yes, he did, and that hurts, let me tell you. When you land on that hard ball, it definitely hurts. It's Aslam. He's okay now, he's on his feet. And that's good news because he's got a big role to play with the ball. He's one of their prime bowlers, key bowlers. Will have to bowl those 10 overs. Important that he's fit and ready to bowl. Meanwhile, Sumudu coming around the wicket for Shreyas Sethi. Beautifully driven towards mid-off. Good effort in the field as well. Diving to his left. Gets some hand onto it. But Shrey will get a single.
So 21 for 1 in the 6th over. They've just managed to ensure that they don't get off to the most flying of starts. Clipped away nicely. It's into the gap. The fielder in the deep will run around and make the save. So that's 2 more runs added to the tally.
Well, yeah, that is definitely the longer part of the boundary. So a lot of gap there. By the time the square leg fielder could cover that, there were easy 2 runs for the taking. Ahan moves on to 2. He's off the mark.
And Sumudu now getting the ball to angle into the left-hander quite naturally. So it will be interesting to see how does he go about it and how does that affect the way Ahan bats. Defended on the onside. That is going to be another dot ball.
Well, interesting the way they're approaching this run chase as of now. Not taking any aggressive approach so far. They're happy to just play those singles and try to rotate strike. Sumudu has bowled well. 3 overs for Sumudu. He's given away 10 runs. And after 6, the score is 23 for 1.
And gone, another wicket, once again caught behind. Looking to go for the drive there. And I think that was a nothing shot.
Well, absolutely nothing shot. A very ordinary shot. No foot movement. That was bowled up. Nowhere near the ball. And with the ball shaping away, just took the edge and flew towards the slip fielder. That's another wicket. That's another victim. And this time it's Shreyas Sethi. 23 for 2 now.
So the skipper, Amar Badami, comes into the middle. And he is going to have to play a very crucial role in this run chase now. And down the leg side. Vikum has had this problem with wides. He does bowl a few wides.
Yes, has been wayward. Just trying to get some swing in the air. Overcompensating. And he's bowled that one down the leg side. I think that length is right. He just has to correct the line. If he can get that around the off stump, the slip will be in action. 2 slips and a gully.
Yes, the captain realizing that probably a little bit of aggression is required here from their end. Now what happened yesterday was that both the teams in the second innings, in the first half of the second innings, they never really, neither of them tried to make anything happen. They're just going through the motions. And I'm pretty sure that Sri Lions would have followed that, would have wanted to be a little more aggressive, a little more positive. And the fact that DCC have not shown any intention of going after the bowling just goes to show that Sri Lions probably want to take the advantage now.
Yes, they've got 2 early wickets. They can really apply the pressure, take a few more, and I think this is good captaincy. 2 slips and a gully for the new man in Amar Badami. Gets it right there and another wicket. Oh no, he's dropped that catch. Well, lucky Amar Badami, but that was such a good delivery. He got it in his hands and just popped out when he was about to roll. Lucky escape.
I saw Amar Badami bat in the last game, and I can tell you that he's not someone who's going to give you too many opportunities. If he has given you one early in the innings, you take it. Suranga, the fielder, will be disappointed.
Now that's a good delivery again. He's just peppering that offside channel, continues to bowl there, and that is where he's more dangerous. This time very watchful. Amar Badami just shoulders his arms and allows the ball to go to the keeper.
I think the left armer should do something similar here. He has got the natural angle going with him. So why not keep bowling just outside off? Again, keep inviting the batter to go for the drive. Defended, dot ball to finish the over. 7 bowled, 24 for 2. Sumudu will continue into his 4th over now. Lovely shot, beautifully driven there, but the fielder will cut it off, so that will just be a single. And that will bring the right-hander Amar Badami on strike. And to continue in the com box alongside me is Asim. As Shoaib takes a little breather. post-dinner walk. Asim just finished that.
Well, a very satisfying walk there. 25 for 2. A lot of excitement with those chances that came through. Was able to hear them outside the commentary box as well.
I'm pretty sure you took a double take as to what happened. Brilliant. That's the thing that I was talking about. Sumodu has to bowl in that channel to the right-hander.
A couple of inch inside as well, slightly closer. But he is testing the batter's patience there. And in order to chase 289, you will have to have that, play those shots just like that. In the gap, ball's racing away towards the boundary. And an effort coming in play. It's completely opposite of how conditions after dew comes in play. Usually we've seen ball travel faster. That's not been the case here in Sharjah.
I think the problem has been that the grass is on the heavier side. Although there has been some trimming today. But I still feel that it's still very lush.
They maintained the outfield pretty nicely here. Very, very interesting bowling action there. Rightly pointed out earlier there as resemblance with Krishmar Santoki.
At one point in time was considered to be one of the most promising bowlers coming in from the domestic circuit for West Indies. Didn't play as much for the national side. Another quick single taken.
Very effective in CPL though, in those death bowling options. The go-to death bowling options there, in fact, for the teams.
He was handy with the new ball as well. Just getting the ball to move away at his pace. Sometimes it can be very irritating for the batsman.
Well, that rolling of the fingers at the last moment is something that, just like that. And playing it straight. Good looking shot there by Ammar Badami.
And that was half a chance there as well.
Well, if that's half a chance, I would say the one that Harshit Seth put down was a dolly.
End of the 8th over, it's 33 for 2.
What a ball! Excellent delivery. Well, was worth an appeal. Look at that.
That was very close. No wonder the Sri Lions were pleading with the umpire to give that out. Hit him on the knee roll. I think the umpire got a feeling that probably that was a little too high. But hitting him on the knee roll, well, it looked more out to me than not out.
Well, I still feel Ahan Fernandez is a bit too lucky there to be still out there. That naked eye looked out.
Now, does he have the delivery that goes with the angle? He's sticking to the one, moving in. Can he get one to go away?
Well, I think the natural action, the body action, you know, the flow that he comes in, and with that slinging action that he has, I think most often he'll have those balls coming into the left-hander, and if he can hit that sort of a channel, the first one, I think it's going to invite a lot of trouble here.
Shortcut, brilliantly taken.
Now, Vikum would definitely not mind umpire not giving that out, but this is worth every penny there. Look at the supporters of Sri Lions. They're jumping in joy. Short delivery, cut away, and look at that. Complete control of the ball. And Ahan Fernandez will have to make his way back. 12 deliveries for his 4.
Well, that's cricket for you. Bowled a brilliant delivery, didn't get the wicket. Bowled a terrible delivery, got his man. 33 for 2, DCC. 33 for 3, in fact.
Now the man in form, Punya Mehra.
It's right behind the line of the ball this time. Dot ball. Yes, Punya Mehra, the leading run getter for DCC. It's been in pretty good form. That's how the wicket fell. Brilliant catch there.
Excellent bowling here.
Oh, he's looking for that magic ball. Almost got it right as well, but Punya Mehra up to the task there. Gets off the mark.
You call it that snake swing. And it reminds you of one of the greats who have played a lot of cricket here in this very stadium. Waqar Younis used to bowl those. And the ability to bowl those reverse ones. Well, well, well.
That's chipped in the air and straight to the fielder.
Sri Lions are on a roll. Look at that. Vikum Bandara, he is just unplayable at the moment here.
This is the superb stuff. And Amar Badami will have to go back in the hut. Out for 7 of 9. Watching Vikum bowl, you suddenly feel you're not at Sharjah, but probably you are at Durban or Centurion.
So here we have Malinda Pushpakumara getting himself on here from the Sharjah Cricket Academy and when fast bowlers of Vikum's caliber, if they bowl with that sort of a rhythm, with that sort of a control, you would want them to bowl entire 50 overs themselves. What bowling here. 4 wickets with the new ball.
Brilliant stuff, and I think he's going to get an extended spell as well.
I would not mind at a stretch if he bowls at around 7 or 8. If at all he has that stamina to bowl at a stretch.
We'll wait and watch.
Shot. Silly point there. Piercing the gap pretty nicely, and Punya Mehra, who likes to fancy his chances towards extra cover. I think this is a right ploy coming through.
Yes, a slip, a silly point. I think the silly point is just there to add that psychological pressure on Punya. It's more psychological than tactical, to be honest. And there is nobody sweeping on the offside, which means the invitation is clearly there to go inside out. He does that. Play and a miss.
Excellent delivery by the experienced campaigner. And that's what international cricket brings to you. Taken, and number 5, half the side back in the pavilion. Looks like they are in hurry to go back home.
Yes, we had a bit of an extended working hour yesterday because the match really stretched well past the scheduled close of play, making up for it, and that ploy has worked to invite Punya to go inside out. He hit it uppishly, hit it straight to the fielder, and now DCC are 5 down.
Well, if you look at the score here, DCC 36 for 5, 9.3 overs. And mind you, it's not a T20 game. They're trying to go hard at the bowling. It's a 50-over game. And right on top of things here.
Sticking an off-stump guard, that's brave. Malinda Pushpakumara has a good arm ball. And never a good sight for the fans of the batting side when 2 batsmen in the middle and both are batting on 0 of 0. He pulls out there.
Well, definitely there. Both the batters knew yet to face a ball there. First one. Oh! Almost into the action there. The silly point. Look at that leading edge coming in play.
This is going to be fun. This is going to be whatever overs of cricket remaining. If you're a fan of bowlers.
Well, the color has just reversed there. Color of their kit versus the color of the ball. And there's an appeal. And that has been referred to the third umpire.
This is going to be interesting because the wicketkeeper took the bails off late. They look very confident.
Well, They didn't need a break there. They're getting those timely intervals, those wickets. Interesting, interesting. From that angle, it felt like the batsman never went out, but here, look at that. This is sharp work coming in from Dhananjaya. Excellent stuff.
I think there is nothing behind the line there. That's not how you want to lose a wicket when you're 36 for 5. Looks like the batsman is walking as well. Yes. 6 down now.
Karan Deeman out for a golden duck there. And that's 2 in the over for Malinda Pushpakumara. Well, both having ex-Sri Lankan players competing each other on the ground. That's, mate, I can do it as well. What you've done it. That makes way for Nilansh Keswani. 37 for 6. And trust me, what this can do is this can damage DCC's net run rate and can pull them out of the tournament as well. They have won the first game, but that's not how you got to be playing the rest.
And they had a pretty good net run rate, 1.2 in the positive. Defended on the onside. That is a dot ball. And that will be the end of the power play, but only on paper. 10 overs bowled, 37 for 6. Yes, that's the points table I was talking about. You look at DCC Starlets, they have a positive net run rate of 1.27, and that can take a mighty beating, mind you.
That can even take that sort of a beating that can pull them out of the contest.
Yes, the worst net run rate in the top 8 is negative 0.896, but there are 4 points. Wickham to continue. Oh, he's bowling those magic swingers. Starts around middle and leg, moves away. Kept out. Dot ball.
I would say take that man away, that lone man that was just standing there on the onside. Take him away. That'd be too optimistic, isn't it?
Two slips, gully, short cover. And now he decides to start outside the leg stump. It's flipped the pads there. Good take by the wicket keeper.
I think the idea is to get that leading edge again. Batsman trying to flick a bit early. Give me that leading edge.
Or maybe miss it completely and get knocked over, or LBW.
Absolutely. Now this is a battle within a battle between Malinda Pushpakumara and Wickham Bandara. Forget about the batters.
Wickham has got a head start here. He's got 2 more wickets than Malinda. That's on the off stump. Defended, wanted a single, sent back.
When you look at the points table there, 7 districts, Sharjah Academy, they both haven't opened their account yet. Pacific Group, they have completed 3. They are knocked out of the quarterfinal stage. So these are the 3 teams that haven't opened their account. And there will be 1 team that will still be knocked out even after winning 1 game. We just hope that it does not turn out to be DCC.
Back of a length delivery this time, pushed away straight to the fielder. Another dot ball. And suddenly all those wickets, and you see that Wickham is much more in control of his line. He's not early erring down the leg side.
And if somehow DCC Starlets manage to have that run rate saved better than IGM, and if IGM loses the last game, IGM can go out of the tournament as well.
There's the edge. Single taken. Yes, the next 3 days are going to be very interesting. 6 teams will be vying for those spots.
In fact, 8 of them. But 8 teams, in fact, out of 8, 2 will be having a rest out there. Karwan Cricket Club and Ajman Heroes. Even Ajman Heroes has a game up their sleeves. They've won 2 of 2 and they're up against IGM. And if IGM loses, they'll be in trouble.
Yes, let's talk about the certainties. I think there are 5 teams which are certain of a quarterfinal spot. Ajman Heroes, Karwan, Future Mattress, 11 Ace and Colada Chocolates.
So we're talking about 3 more, out of which Sri Lions look almost, they have 1 step into the quarterfinal stage, 1 foot inside that. So you're talking about 2 more teams. That 2 more teams can be Vision Shipping, Interglobe Marine, DCC Starlets, 2 of these 3.
This is an interesting ploy. It's in the air, 1 fielder outside, and Surya hits it straight to him.
As I said, a battle within battle, and Malinda Pushpakumara saying, Vikum, let me catch you in terms of the numbers of wicket taken.
Just look at the thinking of the captain here and the field placement. Absolutely spot on. 1 fielder outside. And that's where Surya has hit it to.
Well, look at that. I mean, the only thing that is bothering me is the fact that a team with a positive net run rate, 1.27, and with this massive defeat, which is, you know, they are on the verge of having that massive defeat, 7 down already. If they lose the game with a margin of more than 200 runs, it's going to be inviting a lot of problems in terms of the qualification. Mind you, there would have been 1 or 2 teams who would have sneaked in through even after winning just 1 game.
Sailesh is the new man in now. And look at Malinda's figures, 3 for 3.
Excellent stuff here.
It's suddenly getting a lot more interesting when we start discussing these things. Brilliantly bowled. Very well bowled there. Look at that.
Looks like he has purchased that zone on the track. He's continuously hitting that mark. And look at how slow he's bowling. The ball does not even carry after taking the edge.
This is top class bowling here.
Doesn't it remind you of the era where Rangana Herath used to bowl in test matches and get those wickets in the slip cordon?
Absolutely. He used to bowl like this. Very slow, very loopy through the air. Goes back and defends it. Another dot ball. Now the question is, will Vikum bowl another over from the opposite end? Lovely drive from Sailesh. Straight to the fielder there. That will be the end of the over. 12 bowled. 39 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Look at those beauty deliveries from Vikum. He could have got another one. That Suranga put that down. So was a chance for Sumudu. Take long that Ahan would make that mistake, and this was a nothing shot coming in from Amar Badami, playing that flick from outside the off stump. Could have just stuck to that line, erring in the shot selection. Edged and taken. This is test match bowling here coming. We are witnessing in the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Look at this. Vikum Bandara. Can anything stop him? What bowling here. Sri Lions on top. Aslam makes no mistake. Well, looks like the DCC batters, they are in hurry.
Fifer for Vikum. Sailesh Jaishankar departs for 1 of 6. 39 for 8. Harshit Seth is the new man in, and Vikum, what lines he is bowling.
Excellent bowling here by Vikum Bandara.
Yes, and reminds me of the 2003 World Cup spell from Ashish Nehra in the match against England. And he picked up that 6 was getting the ball to do the talking. Only difference, he was a left armer and Vikum is a right armer. Big appeal.
And then that spell coming in against Marcus Trescothick. I think slightly pitching down the leg, and that late movement coming through. Well, that what you reminded me of is a similar sort of battle there. The same match. Ball pitching, moving away from the left-handers. Marcus Trescothick, Nick Knight. And excellent spell there. What comparison coming through here from Nishant. Upish, and that's gone. Leading edge. They have fallen like 9 pins already.
Well, this is unbelievable stuff. Well, DCC Starlets, they're not as bad as they look tonight.
Well, this is excellent stuff here from Sri Lions bowlers. Vikum Bandara, take a bow. 6 wickets for him. Can he register the best figures in Bukhatir League?
Well, certainly for this season he has. Saad is the new man in at number 11. One thing is certain, the debate between Wickham and Malinda is settled. Malinda can't overtake him anymore. But Wickham can finish with a 7 for.
Look at that. Look at that field setup. Umbrella on the offside.
They're looking for a single. They will get it direct. It would have been interesting. It will go all the way for 4 overthrows, but they won't mind that, will they?
Absolutely not. He would say, give me another chance. Let me shy at the stumps once again.
And directed, and he was gone.
So was Dubai. Traveling to different parts of the city. Back home. Look at that, the entire bunch of wolves coming in from the offside. And now, being a left-hander there, Nilansh Keswani, I beg your pardon.
What is he going to do now? Last ball of his over. Shottish pulled away into the gap. Away for 4.
Nilansh Keswani then saying, I'm not going to be standing out there, just defending. Whatever is in my zone, I'm going to play my shots. What a way to get off the mark there. Just about those consolation runs here. With 7 extras, 13 overs. Look at the fall of wickets there. First wicket falling at 20, second at 23, third at 33, 34, 36, 37, 38, 39 and 39. That's not a countdown. It's a fall of wickets here for DCC Starlets.
So Malinda into his third, still has a chance of picking up 4 wickets. Oh, beautiful delivery. Too good to get the edge.
This is experience spinning from the hand. Excellent stuff here from Malinda Pushpakumara.
Drives it towards mid-on for a single. That'll bring Nilansh on strike. Very well bowled. Very well bowled. Defended there. That is a dot ball. Comes down the track. Chips it. Land safe. They will pick up another couple here. They will bring up the 50.
50 up for DCC, 51 for 9. Mind you, it's just 51. I imagine where this is taking Sri Lions in terms of the net run rate. They'll be jumping up. I think they'll sit on top. If Ajman Heroes loses against IGM, Sri Lions will go right on top.
That's swept. And misfield, but there is a fielder backing up, so there'll just be another single. Tonight they're going to finish on top for sure. 14 overs bowled. It's 52 for 9.
Vikum Bandara, no surprises there, into his 8th over. 7 overs, 6 for 25.
That's in the air and it lands safe.
And will go all the way for a boundary. So Nilansh Keswani, I think the only batter to go into double figures.
And he is the number 10.
Well, let me give you a strange fact here. Nilansh has got hundreds when he's batted at number 3.
Yeah, and I think he hasn't come out to bat at number 10. I just got it wrong. I think he came out to bat at 8 probably. Because wickets have been falling so very quickly. Very difficult to keep a tab on that. Slow delivery. Dugout. Dot ball.
Well, one good thing and why this last wicket is, I think, prolonged is the fact that Nilansh is taking most of the strike here against Vikum. Now, if Saad gets exposed to Vikum Bandara, it's just a matter of a couple of deliveries there.
Full delivery, driven, stopped. That is going to be another dot ball. Over number 8 for Vikum on the trot. Short ball, big swing and a miss. Dot ball. Well bowled again.
Excellent delivery there, mixing it up. Knows the fact that anything in his range, Nilansh is going after it. So he might as well want to test him with a cutter. Can sky up in the air. Good ploy here from Vikum Bandara. 11 of 11 for Nilansh here. 6 boundaries in the entire innings there. In the air, chance taken, done and dusted here, DCC Starlets. 59 all out in just a matter of 14.5 overs, and Vikum Bandara has registered the best ever spell in the Bukhatir League. 7 for 29 in 7.5 overs. If not all time, but at least in the last 6 years.
Fantastic, fantastic work here by Vikum. And the simplest of catches there for the fielder. That is all over. And this is a big, big, big win for the Sri Lions.
This is massive. They are sitting in right on top of the points table, I reckon, after this big victory in excess of 200 runs. 230 to be precise. What a dominating performance by Vikum Bandara. It was the BB show.
Yes, and absolutely nothing looking scorecard there. Started with Vikum, ended with Vikum, with a little bit of Malinda in between. Only man in that lineup to get to double figures was Nilansh, and bowled out for 57 in 14.5
And
overs.
one strange thing, if you look at the men participating in those dismissals, everyone is different out there. Dhananjaya, Isham, Vimukti, Malinda, Pavantha. Dhananjaya getting a stumping there. Jagat, Varuna, Aslam, Sasika, all different, unique names out there, the men who have caught the balls.
Absolutely, that's a very nice thing noted there.
This
And
is sheer dominance. Nothing more to talk about here except for two things here. Vikum Bandara, 7 for 29 in a 7.5 over spell. And Malinda Pushpakumara there, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs and 3 wickets.
And with that, of course, Vikum also goes up in the purple cap race. Pretty nicely done by him. 10 wickets for Vikum there. That's how things panned out. DCC Starlets, well, they invited Sri Lions to bat, and they got 288 for the loss of 9 wickets. Thanks to Sasika's half century, Suranga getting 46, Aslam getting 41. Surya picked up a fifer, but all of that was completely outshined by Vikum. 7 for 29 in 7.5 overs. And Sri Lions win by 230 runs.
Sheer dominance coming in from men from Sri Lanka. Look at that innings. Couple of good shots there coming through, and then it all started. Vikum Bandara. First was the keeper, next came in was the slip fielder, then the second slip, where the catch was put down. Another one there, difficult chance, but here the point fielder. And the interesting part is that players were caught in different regions. Now it was mid-on. Malinda making no mistake. There was a poor shot selection there. What a trap that was. It's Punya Mera. Excellent work behind the stumps there by Dhananjaya. Wickets kept falling. Don't have anything apart from those wickets here. Second slip in action. That was missing earlier. I think what a night for this fast bowler. Another wicket. Again, the point fielder coming in play. There was that chance of closing it, putting curtains, getting over. There were a couple of boundaries coming in by Nilansh Keswani, and held on to one on a low full toss. That was it. Sheer dominance from Sri Lions. And that's it from
this game. Yes, that's the game coming up tomorrow. 7 districts will take on the SCA. And of course, we'll be back at just before 5 p.m. with all the action from match number 16 of the 47th Bukhatir League. For now, it's time for us to say goodbye. But of course, before saying our final goodbyes, it's time for us to take a short break. And after the break, we'll be back with Shoaib, who is down there for the presentation.
पर्पल कैप हाँ विक्रम संजय को हाँ जी जी वो मैं बोल दूंगा पहले कैप के लिए बुलाएंगे और फिर मैन ऑफ द मैच के लिए बुलाएंगे ठीक है हाँ कैप देके उसी टाइम मैन ऑफ द मैच दे दीजिए ठीक है Good evening and welcome to the post-match presentation. Good evening and welcome to the post-match presentation for the game between Sri Lions and Dubai Starlets. Of course, it was a game that was completely dominated by Sri Lions and the opposition, Dubai Starlets, were just blown away in the second innings. Brilliant effort, and I think they are the team that you would look forward to beat in this tournament. Before we begin, firstly, we would like to thank Sharjah Cricket and all the administration involved behind the scenes for its support in hosting this level of a tournament. We would also like to thank our sponsors, title sponsor CricTracker, powered by sponsor FanCode, official streaming partner FanCode, event partner TCM, merchandise partner Leap Sports, pouring partner Dole International, and F&B partner Star Biryani. Now, this was the 15th match of the tournament. Sri Lions defeated Dubai Starlets by a massive 232 runs. That's a big victory, and I'm sure that's going to help the net run rate as well. Now, before we go to the player of the match, there's an interesting change in the chart for the bowlers. The Leap Sports purple cap to the leading wicket taker of the tournament. It goes to Vikum Sanjaya Bandara for 7 wickets. That's his tally, and he'll be given the Leap Sports purple cap by our match referee, Mr. Tehseen Javed. He's the leading wicket taker in the tournament and he holds the Leap Sports purple cap. Do not go away because you're also the player of the match for a staggering spell of 5 wickets, in fact, and that has been a phenomenal performance. Our player of the match for Sri Lions, Vikum Sanjaya Bandara. A total of 7 wickets for just 29 runs. That's his bowling figure for today. Thank you, Mr. Tehseen Javed. Vikum, we'll have a quick word. We can't let you go. You've done well throughout the tournament, but tonight was something special.
Yeah, unfortunately, that last game we lost, but we're doing well for the today game. First half we target on the 260, but our batters are doing well, and Shashika and that get quick 50. That more than effort that we're doing for the 280. That boys doing well for the today.
We see that you like to bowl up front with the new ball, and today you bowled 8 overs on the trot. So you must be very happy with that performance.
Yeah, I'm very happy that wicket that really slow that wicket. I'm trying to do that, trying to drive the batsmen, that getting a swing and getting earlier wickets.
Tell us, it's not an easy wicket to be bowling on, as you rightly mentioned. You were trying to put the ball closer to the batsman and you were getting some movement in the air. That's a good sight.
Yeah, that's my natural going away for the swing, that I'm easy for the getting for the right-handers, that I'm do well today. I'm really happy that the performance today.
Well done today. You're the player of the match and you're also the Leap Sports purple cap holder. All the best for the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was Vikum Bandara, the player of the match for tonight. That's it from the post-match presentation. Thank you for joining us today. To catch on the excitement for the tournament, tune in to our official streaming platform FanCode app, CricTracker and Sharjah Cricket Stadium Facebook page. That's it from the post-match presentation. Until tomorrow, it's good night and take care.